All right. Hello, everyone. How's it going today? I'm here with my cup of Costco cold brew coffee. It tastes awful, but it has caffeine, so it's gonna keep me going, I guess. Yeah, if you ever get the Costco cold brewed coffee, don't. It's really bad. I sound tired? Nah. I'm just kind of just woke up, so I'm not as energetic as I would like to be. As black as coffee, as bitter as black as coffee. No, it's not even bitter. It's just like it tastes simultaneously bitter and extremely mild. Where's the Costco hot dog? Unfortunately, still at Costco. I will probably go to Costco later today, probably, and get the hot dog and the pizza to compensate for not eating today, probably so far. What coffee do I recommend? I mean, I don't really have much of a taste for a particular set of uh kind of coffee. I just like using different methods. I'm a fan of the Hario V60 switch recently, which is like it's a pour over coffee maker with a well, it can either be a pour over coffee maker or it can be an immersion brewer. So I'm not sure where I'm going with this. Anyway, today we're talking about Arbor Knights. This is yet another yapping stream, which I hope you guys are interested in. It seems like the and today we're going to be discussing whether or not Armor Knights are good or bad, and we're going to be discussing it in the context of each Fire Emblem game because the effectiveness of Armor Knights changes a lot between games. So I'm also going to be I think previously I've made slides in preparation, but I think today I didn't really have time to do that. So I'm just going to talk, and as we go, I'm going to make the PowerPoint. So in other words, I'm literally going to be streaming Microsoft PowerPoint as my main graphic. So I think that's going to be interesting. So yeah, I guess we can get started. Oh, okay, so I think this is the other screen is still on top. Or I need to get rid of that. Right, put this. It's so hard to identify which source is what source. Okay, there we go. There's Microsoft PowerPoint. New PNG? Yes, I made it specifically for this. I figured when I was making a new thumbnail picture. I'm thinking my plan probably is to have a new PNG and a new thumbnail picture every time I do a new stream. Like it doesn't take too long, and I think it's a nice touch, right? And for my PNGs, all I need to do is just take a picture, and that's it. The audio waveform, I can reuse assets. So yeah, to the right we have a picture of a general from Fire Emblem Fates in high resolution using the 4K texture pack. The models there look really nice. So yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, by the way, by clicking on the stream, you have signed a blood pact. You have to like and subscribe, or otherwise your entire country will perish. I left this in on accident for sure, definitely. It's not my fault for putting in here. It's your fault for clicking on the video. Anyway, so I guess let's start with some overview. Click to add text. Okay, hear me out. The reason this is here is because I need this to add the gradient effect. So it's this is my first time streaming PowerPoint, so please understand. Ooh, Sparky Pixel with a $5 super chat. Blood pack type. Yeah. All right. Very nice. All right. So let's get started with an overview of Armor Knights. So Armor Knights, in general, they are a class of armor of units in Fire Emblem with a distinct, a distinct sprite, distinct portrait. They wear heavy armor, and so generally they will have high defense, low mobility, and those are their defining characteristics. Low speed, they generally use lances. There's a lot of things we can think about. So what do you guys think? What do you guys think when you think of an armor knight? Do we count Great Knight though? That's something that we can debate. High HP. Hmm. So high HP, high defense, slow, 4 move. What else have we got? What do you what's your defining characteristic? High health, attack, defense, lances, low res, high defense, low move, 0 damage, vulnerable to magic, worthless. Nice drip, high HP defense, low speed, res, maybe skill, drip, a Drio. Good defense, bad res, 0 to 5 res, better DS games onward, 0 damage, drip, drag down the game pace, effective weapons, low accuracy, decent skill. God, I hate virtual keyboards. I don't think that's about this though. Low hit, the best, high con, or weakness, armor drip. Amelia is bad in general. General, axe, or lance. High aura, low move and speed, high good defense. Ride on like stats red. Gets doubled by everything. Weak against hammers and armor slayer. Middling skill. You get one early. Good strength, movable wall. Armor weakness is the only thing that's consistent across all games. Good bases, bad growths. Hidden shade skill, like Kellum. Wants warding stance. Are you talking about heroes? Don't worry, we'll get to heroes eventually in this stream. We will talk about Fire Emblem heroes. I'm curious what you guys have to say. Better in games movement options, bad class with a few decent characters, high base defense, choke point unit in a game that doesn't give you choke points, armor class, hard to use, less movement, high defense, good strength, good HP, low move, getting doubled, mini Jagan, doesn't get enough XP, sick helmets, map dependent, Fire Emblem Heroes is a dumpster fire, also true, but not related. Uh, every unit should slow down to keep pace with the superior armor knights. Fella's warp staff, FE 11 Juggernaut. All right, I think we have a pretty good picture of what you guys think of what armor knights are like. So here's what I think. So I guess a particular class, like so it's generally a class of units defined by a certain stat spread. So there's high defense and HP, low speed, res, maybe skill. But it's mostly move. Skill, I think a lot of Armor Knights have good skill, I think. So it's mostly low speed, low res, low move. What else are we thinking? Skill is game dependent. That's true, yeah. But so I think maybe skill. All right. But I think most of the time it's meant to sign point that a unit has high defense, right? It's mostly an enemy class, frankly. I think truly the actual true role of a strength, yeah, I guess strength is it's likely, yeah. But I think most of the reason why armor knights exist is so that you can use a hammer against them, or use magic against them. It's a way of having like easily differentiable enemy types that are visually distinct, right? You see a guy in big heavy armor, you want to put a hammer on that, right? So it's like it's a like indicator that you should use hammers, armor slayers, magic. I think that's generally the real reason that they exist. They're early, they're mainly like an enemy class. I feel like, right? In Fire Emblem, like 4, you don't get what, like 5, right? You get lots of armor slaying weapons. You fight a lot of armors, and you have a yeah. In the early FE games for sure. I think because yeah, most of the time there's actually sometimes there are like differentiating factors, like they have extra mechanics, but a lot of the time it's dependent on the game really. Armor Knights are not functionally different from other characters aside from having a different stat spread. I think it's typically an enemy class. So we have the stat spread, we have this low move, we have this weakness. I guess it's characterized by its weaknesses to effective weapons. Pretty much every lord has an anti armor perf. Nearly every lord, I think, right? The rapier is an iconic weapon for sure. Marth has it. Sita has it. Um, it's not you don't really get one of those. It's not really an iconic armor slaying weapon in FE4 and Fire Emblem 5. The braggy blade, I guess. The light brand does magic. So it's good against armors. In FE6, you get the rapier. In FE7, you get the rapier. In FE8, you get the rapier. I think, yeah, I think it's a pretty clear trend. FE9 and FE10, 9 you don't really get an armor slaying perf. I think, right? Yeah, yeah. Ephraim gets the Regan leaf. FE10, Makai has Thani. FE11, Rapier. FE12, Rapier? Yeah, yeah. You still have Marth. You get one for Regal Sword. Right, right. It's been a while. Yeah. Violet doesn't really get one, but armor sucks, so it doesn't matter. I think the Sword of the Creator, no, it doesn't do magic damage, just does a lot of damage. Uh yeah, FE10 has Thani. Awakening, I think Akram does have a rapier. But his perf is not it's not like a perf. I don't remember. He does, yeah. Fates, Dragonstone does magic damage, so that's anti-armor. Uh what else? Echoes? I think I mean um you can get armor sling weapons. And but I think it's also common for just slap the Levin sword on him, which is anti-armor. What else are we thinking? Oh, yeah, let me uh 3 houses. I don't really think you get anti-armor specifically for Byleth. Crom Rapier is only by Lucinia or Crom. Okay. Or anyone who's Lord. I see. Yeah, I don't really know. I haven't played Awakening in a hot minute. In Engage, Alear does not really have anti-armor specifically, huh? Now that I think about it. Yeah, Alear doesn't really have anti-armor. I mean, granted, later you get like anti-everything with effect later. Well, Marth. Oh yeah, Marth does. That's true. Marth does give the rapier. That is also true. So yeah, I guess it's kind of like offloaded to a different character. Alear's perf is so whack. Yeah, the liberation kind of sucks. It's easy enough to get a layer in Armor Slayer. That is true, yeah, but I'm just talking about like perf weapons, right? There's like 4 rapiers and emblems. That is true. That's because every lord has a rapier. In heroes, the lord, does Alphonse have a rapier? I don't think he does, right? The, the liberation is decent. I mean, it's light. That's the most you can say about it. You really probably want to start like using silver weapons quickly though, later as quickly as you can. But yeah, all right. Folk Vanguard gives extra damage to low HP. Yeah, but that's like the default effect. What does it? What does it do when with this like 35 refines and like plus 10 skibbity flowers or something? I don't know what's going on in heroes anymore. In 3 houses, Alphonse is triangle debt. Hmm. All right. Okay, I think that's yeah. So pretty much everyone has an anti-armor perf. It's very common. It's one of the first things you get. It's like you there's normal enemies and then there's armors. Like and the idea being that normal enemies you'll need to you can just hit them normally, but against armors you can identify them and you have like something that can beat them. All right. Most final bosses are green, so it's an pseudo anti-boss weapon. So it's a yeah, I mean that's intentional. That's literally intentional. Roy with rapier barely tickles armors. Yeah, I guess sometimes it's bad, right? I'm not saying it has to be good, but I'm just saying there. Oftentimes you do get specialized weapons against armors. I think it's yeah. I think one of the main the problem with armors. So I guess now I think we've discussed what defines an armor. Now we need to think about what the problem with armors is. I think one of the main things is that armor knights often have armor knights are defined by high defense, but frequently high defense is not in any way exclusive to armors. You can have a cavalier with high defense. You can have like a mercenary with high defense, right? So it's just having an indication of a higher stat doesn't necessarily mean things are more effective. And commonly, like some armor knights do have kind of crap defense. So then, like, why do they even exist? Like Wendy, right? Like Wendy has very bad stats. So what's even the point, right? I guess like the whole point of armor knights is that they have some sort of statistical advantage, but some start off low enough that they just don't have anything. What armors have bad defense? Amelia? Yeah, Amelia doesn't really have good defense. When he's under leveled though, yeah, I mean, but if you're under leveled and the whole point of the class is to be a stat block, right? Then then you're kind of fighting uphill. Meg, yeah, Meg's existence is like kind of like yeah, it's like an armor knight without the armor. Okay, so yeah, the second thing is low speed does tends to mean higher damage taken. So like ironically, like armor knights are supposed to not take a lot of damage, but if they get double, they can often take more damage than they would if they had lower defense and they didn't have uh such low speed. There's obvious weaknesses. Low res. They are like less usable, right? Like they can do less. They can't do as much. Like because of their low move. They're not good for objectives. They're hard to move around. They have high con. If you have a time limit sensitive objective, then you might have to leave them behind. And also, they're really annoying to move with in a large group. So you might have to have other characters lag behind to escort them. What makes Warrior Fighter not seen as useful in Conquest if it's preventing Effie from being doubled? I think Effie and Wary Fighter, Effie is pretty good, I think. The problem with Arbor Knights in Conquest, however, is other issues, mainly stacking debuffs that kind of makes them unable to take that many hits. Stacking debuffs, like the incredibly high enemy quality, and the fact that the boss uses a bow, which is a green weapon, against a blue lance, just kind of means that it's not a good matchup. You have like minus 50 hit compared to the other circumstances. Yeah, there's other context there that we'll have to discuss later. All right. Yeah. I think it's so we can talk about Fate specifically when we get there. So yeah, so we have so just to go over everything again. High defense, but it's like an indicator of, right? So whether or not Armor Knight has high defense, it really depends. Some games you have an Armor Knight with low defense, but even when the Armor Knights have high defense, other characters can also have similarly high defense. I'm thinking of FE12, right? Where the General class has a 30 defense cap, but the Draco Knight class also has a 30 defense cap. So why ever bother becoming a General? I guess in that case, the reason is for higher base defense when reclassing, which is useful. But there's other stuff going on. Generals are really good in Shadow Dragon, though. I would agree. They break the game. A generic general with like 28 defense can beat nearly every map. So is that fun though? Yeah, hell yeah, it is. If you like using generics. So Armor Knights often have overkill defense. I don't know. I feel like having overkill defense is actually a win condition. Because if you take literally 0 damage, then you can take all the time in the world to kill all of your enemies. So it's other stats being bad do not matter if you have overkill defense. Overkill defense is the win state. By the way, like there's no such thing as overkill defense. Because overkill defense means that you are taking 0 damage. Because that's how this game's systems work. The problem sometimes is that when you cannot ever have overkill defense. Overkill defense is not good in Fates. Well, in Fates, there's no such thing as having too much defense because it's all going to get reduced anyway, right? Yeah. All right. So, the good about armors. Let's flip the other side, right? So I think one of the main benefits of having an armor is like damage. It goes like scales non-linearly with defense, right? The higher the defense. Or rather, like this is not the right way to say it. Like it scales well with defense. Damage taken scales well with defense. The higher the defense, the higher the defense, like the idea here is that like as you increase your defense, the amount of hits you take to die increases drastically. Exponentially is the wrong word because it's not exponential. Like the number of hits taken to die increases drastically as damage approaches 0. So like especially like because of the way the game works, if a character is in a circumstance where they take 3 or 4 or more hits to die, then they're basically invincible for a turn, as long as you can heal them, right? Like 3 to 4, like 4 plus like hits taken in a turn to die basically means you're invincible as long as you can be healed. Right? I'm imagining the ideal circumstance, right? Let me grab some sprites just so I can demonstrate. Where are my knight sprites? So like the idea I'm thinking of is, let's say we have our knight, right? Okay, let me grab a knight here. So we have this. Ah man, it's all blurry. Surely I have a better one lying around. Oh, there we go. Okay, let's say no, that's not it. There's it's got to be one that's like higher resolution in my asset folder. But okay, so here we go. So let's say we have this armor knight, right? And we have a bunch of walls. Oh. We have a bunch of walls, right? Let's say this is your choke point. If there's an enemy over here, they can hit you if they can hit you once. If they can't kill you in one hit, then you're invincible, right? If they can't kill you in one hit, you're fine. That's pretty much the thing. And in other circumstances, right? Let's say let's let's say we have other circumstances we're thinking of, right? If there's a guy here, like if you're being surrounded or if you're being attacked, right? Let's say you have some other buddies here, right? So let's have a blue. So let's say we're here. You have your guys here, and you have your armor knight at a corner. Let's say you're facing attacks from multiple different directions, right? Like if you're taking an attack from here or here or here, right? If you can survive 3 or 4 attacks, the enemies will simply run out of space and you can no longer be hit. Unless you kill them as they come in. But generally speaking, it's very easy to get to a point where you cannot die for a turn, which means that you can place them very liberally, right? Like as such, like armor knights can be placed can be very flexibly placed in formations to like resist enemy phase. I think that's the best way to put it. Because like if there's ever a situation where you don't kill all of the enemies, you have to organize your units in a way that your guys don't die. And armor knights can be placed literally anywhere for the most part. Like choke points, right? Choke points are a thing, but also just to help like block for other units. Because if there are characters that you know for sure that they won't die, then you can use them to block in any way you like. Forgiving will be more than flexible. That's true, yeah. But I think I guess forgiving that's probably a good way to put it, because flexibility is like one thing armor knights don't really have. They can't move to that many places. Normally, if you're like, I guess if 4 or 5 move is actually often enough to organize among units that are like your own units, to cluster among themselves. But yeah, as rescue chaining potential have already been mentioned. It's kind of hardest. Not really, actually. So, all right. So I guess now we can. So there's common strategies. I guess like I mean choke points, or I guess we can talk specifically about choke points, right? Like it's again like it again. If you don't die, like enemies at choke points will pile up if you can survive like one at least 1 to 2 hits. So I guess this is just what I just drew earlier. So let's grab the Armor Knight. Right. So like if you have a choke point here, uh, you have a choke point here, right? Then enemies will pile up, and at most you face like depending on how you use the choke point, you might face like at most 4 attacks. And oftentimes you might have to be careful to organize this properly, but yeah, like the it's very easy to to exploit these situations when they arise, mainly. Reduces healing resource cost. I think it's the other thing is that like in these situations, like weakness, potential threats are very easy to identify in advance, right? So one of the things is that Arbor Knights, like if you see a mage, you have to worry a little, but at the same time, you have several turns to deal with it before it becomes a problem. Even then, a lot of armors can survive being hit by magic. It just probably not 2 turns in a row, at least for 1 turn. Being good at choking points isn't being the same as being an armor knight. Oh yeah, but armor knights are often good at choking points. I'm not making like we're not making an equivalence here. Armor Knights being used against bosses is understated. The ability to trip and survive is useful if you can't one-turn a boss. I feel like a lot of the time, if you're worried about being one-shot by a boss, it's because you're being doubled. So Armor Knights specifically are not necessarily great. It's, again, circumstances, right? But I don't think Armor Knights are the best boss killers. That's the thing, right? For a lot of the cases, when you're killing a boss, the main problem is, yeah. All right. I think we've covered in general a couple of interesting things. I think we talked about a lot of the early like the general concepts, and we were breaking a little into a game specific discussion. But I think we should go and like talk about the games directly, so we can go into more detail. I think the other thing is like notes, right? Like most FE games, uh in most FE games, like armors have like little like unique have few unique mechanics. That's a fact. The other thing is that like it's like their main draw is a particular stat spread or block, but like that's not even unique to them. All right. Okay. So yeah, I guess have any of you guys played Fire Emblem 1 Shadow Dragon? The original Shadow Dragon and the Blade of Light? I'm curious because like I'm sure like this is probably the one of the least popular games. Let me put up a poll so I can put it on the slides. So like I know like what kind of audience I'm talking to here. Let me put it to a poll. I think I'll do that for each of these games so we have an idea of you I'll do have an idea of like what the discussion what the audience has for each of these games. You never played anything pre GBA? So like I'll let it sit for a second. Played or beaten? Played, right? I mean, played enough. Like not like if you gave up on the first map, I wouldn't say you played it. But like if you played a few chapters, if you got a feel of it, and then you gave up later, I think that would count as you playing it. Watching a let's play doesn't count. Yeah, watching a let's play doesn't count. So I know many of you, or many people in general on the internet, they just consume other people's commentary and take it as their own knowledge. But uh at least for today, I would like you to restrain yourselves if your knowledge isn't firsthand. So this is like a pretty overwhelming no. Most of you guys haven't played it. Fire Emblem One Switch releases WoW. That's how you play it. Wasn't it only out for like 3 months? That's like I think I feel like one of the reasons they made it a limited release is that if they left it out, it would harm the reputation of Fire Emblem in the English sphere. Do you know what I mean? Because like in Japan, they all have nostalgia over this and like historical like value, but here in like in English speaking for the English speaking audience, I feel like it might be an indictment on what Fire Emblem is, and it will be an overwhelmingly bad experience for most players. You can still play FE1 in Famicom app with the NSO account. Yeah, but then you had to play in Japanese. All right. So I think we have a bunch of votes. I'll leave the poll up, but I think it's audience. So we have a 72% not played, 28% played. I'll update this later. So what are your guys' thoughts? I haven't played FE1, the original one. So for those of you that have played it, what's your experience with Armor Knights there? I want to pick your guys' brain because I actually do not know. And like if I were to try to make a video about this, I would have no knowledge aside from looking at 10-year-old GameFAQs posts and reading the wiki. Normally when I try to make content, I try to know things about it, but for this particular one, I don't know anything about it. They kind of suck. Arbor Knights can't kill in a game where everyone can kill. Lonely makes them worthless. Despite the existence of generals in this game, Arbor Knights cannot promote. Oh man. They're okay for you. They suck because you want to get to objectives quickly. The consents, like some comments, they kind of suck. Oh wait, I just realized I because I'm working in PowerPoint, I can screenshot people's comments and put them here, so I don't actually have to like type real, so I don't have to type things for myself. And now I guess if I do this, then you guys can show up in the video. Maybe I don't know. Can't even promote, despite the yeah, that's a good one. They cannot promote. I think I'll pick some representative comments. I think someone upset there that they can't kill in a game where units mostly kill. Your thoughts, Arbor Knights, are they're ugly, so get off my team. Yeah, Arbor Knights can't kill in a game where everyone can kill. What else? Outclassed by Cavs with any defense levels. FE1 is easy. You never need armors. Can't you cap any units res with a glitch in FE1? In FE1, Drag is useful for the beginning few chapters, if that's it. Hard to use. Cavs just have 9 to 10 movement. Yeah, I guess like in like if you only have 4 movement, then like what's the point of using you in a game where characters have 10? Kind of bad. No damage and stats are limited and have diminishing returns and no promos. Yeah, I think lack of promos is quite bad. I mean, I guess they can use swords. I guess they have. They can't use Levin sword. Interesting. I mean, I guess just because you can, if you can physically use Levin sword, doesn't mean you should use it, right? Armors in FE1 have bad defense growths. Magic and Shadow Dragon deals fixed damage. Levin sword can't be wielded by generals. Interesting. I mean, I guess you never get you don't really get generals in FE1 then, huh? Because I guess you can't promote. I guess you might get a general later when you recruit. I'm not sure if you recruit characters that show up as generals because I've never played the original. Maybe you can recruit what was his name? The guy who blows up in FE3 in Fire Emblem 12, the 3, like at the start. You recruit him in Fire Emblem 1, right? Was it Claude? Lawrence. No, I was thinking of like I knew it overlapped with a Three Houses name. I wasn't sure which one. Claude, that overlap, that's the FE4 guy. And Claude from Three Houses. Lawrence, yeah. I think he might be recruited as a general, but I wouldn't know for FE1. It's only Lawrence, okay. Yeah, that's the guy I was thinking, but they can attack Medius. I mean, in FE1's everyone's bad. Armors in FE1 are too slow, and they're pretty much only good early game. If you want a character that can take hits, use Bantu. There's a glitch that makes him get infinite defense. Get him on the map pretty fast, can move. Yeah. I know. I remember. That's cap at 20 for every unit. Yeah, so I think that's probably yeah. I think we have a pretty easy consensus here, right? Armor Knights in FU1 seem to not be particularly unique, like in terms of their mechanics. They have, but all their stats also are not necessarily good. Yeah, Shadow Dragon Endgame. If I'm thinking from FE11, like there's a lot of mages. There are a bunch of mages in Endgame maps, but mostly like in like the Garneth map. In Shadow Dragon in FE11, you can work around it. I'm not sure how well you can work around it in FE1. All right, so I think that's. I think we have a pretty clear picture of Shadow Dragon and the Blade of Light, what Armor Knights are like there. All right, so I guess now we can move on to the next game. We have 211 votes for this, and actually, wait, I can screenshot the poll. Yo, I can screenshot the poll here, and then we can get an idea of how many people voted. So, all right. So that's FE1. Now, I guess now we can talk about FE2, right? Fire Emblem Gaiden. I think this is also probably one of the lesser played titles in the series. Just because I think the remake, like it's not very palatable to a modern audience. Not sure if this is a hot take. We think Armor Knights are only good in Fates. Yeah, we'll get to Fates. We'll talk at length about armors and Fates because there's a lot to really think about. Are there any armors in Gaiden? I mean, there's like Barons. I think Valbar is an armor. So yeah, this is the original. We're talking about the original Gaiden, not Echoes. If you voted yes, make 2 accounts and vote no to compensate. if you voted as a mistake. I want to get the right ratios here. Valbar is the only one you get as an armor. All right, yeah, you can promote units into knights. Did Lucas exist in the original FE2? No, he was added in, right? A lot of characters I know from Echoes did not. I don't think they existed, right? Lucas did exist. Was he an armor, like a knight? Villagers existed. Only Berkut and Fernand were added. Soldier. Ah, right. He's a soldier, right? I guess that doesn't. I don't know if that counts. It might count because they show like he was a soldier promotes into knight. The other ones are Faye and Conrad. Right. Only Fire Emblem plays Token Mirage sessions. Does that count? I think actually in Token Mirage sessions we can talk about armors and Token Mirage sessions later because I've actually played that game. So yeah, this is definitely an overwhelmingly no response for people who have played this game, even less, at least for the people who are watching the stream. So yeah, I guess like have so for the few of you that have played this game, are armors any good? I mean, I know you get like I'm trying to think about what armors there are. Right, there's soldiers that promote to knights. There are barons. Do you get? I guess armors. Do armors promote to barons? Armors are fine. The alms are out. Hmm. Armors are good. Hmm. Like, why are they good? Silica's route just sucks. Armors are good in FE2. Soldier, armor, baron. Okay. Everyone has like 4 move. Speed ring gives +5 move and 40 speed. Infinite range warp makes their disadvantages less noticeable. Yeah, I guess a lot of all the spells are like HP cast, right? And they don't actually take resources. Okay, because so there's promotions and there's warp. Uh, Soldier, Knight, Baron. Speed ring gives like +5 move and 40 speed, and there's infinite range warp. I think it also helps that warp is just a spell that you can cast. For early game skirmishes, most enemies are very slow, so you can actually double on one speed level. So wait, is Gaiden is it like having is Gaiden doubling 4 speed or is it like 1 speed? Lucas is absolutely nuts in FE2. Hmm. Arbor is good, units are bad. We're talking about FE2 specifically. You only need 1 speed. Yeah, oh man. Yeah, I wasn't sure because it's I think the early games like at least 1 and like 1 is different, 4 is different. I can never remember if it's 4 or 5 for most games. I'm that's like the one thing is like I'm constantly forgetting what the actual doubling thresholds are for every game. Just because when you go between several games, like it kind of gets a bit hard to figure out or remember. Promotion in games where they raise to a set stat point can be nuts. Yeah, I guess yeah, Gaiden does have minimum stats per class, which is nice. FE3 is 3 speed. Oh man. Is that true? Or is it like or are you guys fucking with me? There's precedent for stuff like that happening. Were Dread Fighters a thing in Gaiden? So to be fair to the Gaiden armors, almost everyone has low resistance, so everyone gets motes by magic. They so good physical hits is more important to you. Yeah. So did Dread Fighters also have high resistance in Gaiden FE2? Because like they that's like their whole thing. Yeah. So and so in this case, is this really true that like so Dread Fighters can fight magic pretty well, right? So in this case, not everyone. There are units that can resist magic. So the comment I just put up there is a bit misleading from what I can tell. Arbors are good in FE2, but you have Peg Knights who are Peg Knights and Dread Knights. Do Peg Knights in Gaiden, the original FE2, also have that crazy +10 damage against terrors? Or is that only a Echoes thing? Like a lot of things are like carried over, so like I don't know what was added or what's faithful because a lot of it is faithful, and like a lot of the mechanics are like really kind of weird, right? 3x bonus. I see. That's also it's effective damage. Okay, because in the remake it's like plus 10, right? Which is like that's a crazy amount of flat damage, man. So I think yeah, it's I guess they just don't have as many advantages as many of the other classes, maybe, right? Almost route was squished by Lucas being warped everywhere. Hmm. Yeah, I guess like it really depends on which route you're thinking of, right? Because you constantly move back and forth, right? In short, FP2 armors are not warpers, not bow units, not falcons. But I guess like if they have good stats, they can just kill things and you can warp them around, right? Just because they don't warp themselves doesn't mean they can't be used. And I guess archers in FE2 are also kind of busted because they have the big range, right? Do armors have heavy shield and Gaiden? I don't know. Is the Echo speed ring for FE2 speed ring for 5 movement and 40 speed? FE2 has a warp kill boss and end map. Yeah. Okay. All right. I think I have a pretty good idea of the few like from the comments for about Gaiden. It seems like the armor is like I guess like you can use them as like a stat block, but FE2 is from what I hear just kind of easy, and that there's a lot of like broken stuff regardless, right? Like you can use them to kill things, but in a game where killing things isn't that hard, who knows, right? So this is like this is mostly this is the comments for maybe like what 40 people, I think. I guess yeah. Yeah, sorry for you guys who can't participate in the discussion yet. At least I hope you aren't if you haven't actually played the games because I mean talking about a game you never played as if you played it would be a bit improper, right? So I think that's probably about it for Gaiden, right? Like warp is strong. There's other stuff that can happen. So yeah. Okay. Now let's move on to Mystery of the Emblem FE3. We're still in the territory of games I have not played, so I will have to rely on you guys' knowledge as a crutch. Have you played FE3? Not the remake. Granted, probably very few of you guys have played the remake either, so if this, I think this will have overlap, right? Granted, also I hear FE3 is like a really easy game, so like all the early ones are kind of easy by modern standards. Granted, that's also because you had to play like with NES controls and interfaces. So if the game was actually like actually really difficult, then you had to fight way through molasses to get back to where you were. Same amount of votes, mostly like 20% yes, 80% no. It seems like overall, it's like most of us haven't played it. At least most of you guys who are watching the stream right now. Is Paola still a goddess in FE3? I think I don't know. I feel like a lot of the remakes are meant to be kind of faithful, and a lot of the units that are good are in previous games are good in later ones. FE3 is super popular in Japan. Yeah, yeah, I know. It's like it's really really popular because it's it's like one of the pivotal hallmark games, right? Like the later games wouldn't have made if the early games weren't popular. So yeah, what do you guys think about Armor Knights in FE3? Because I've never played FE3. I'm sorry I can't provide actually any interesting commentary, but I have to rely on you guys in the chat who actually have. Well, I guess we can talk about book 1 and book 2 separately. So if you're speaking on that, please like note which one you're talking about. Because book 1 is basically a remake of Shadow Dragon, right? Is book 1 the same as FE1? Well, it's like FE1 but like reskinned in a way. They're better in book 1 than book 2. They're indoor lance units, but lances suck in this game. 20-weight javelins, Lamal. Wait, does FE3 have indoors? Oh yeah, I guess it does have dismount. That's like a that is a mechanic in FE3. They're not terrible, but not worth slowing down for. Yeah, I guess a lot, especially in earlier games, you can. There's no reason to like not hurry, especially if combat is quite easy to do. You have too many cavalry that your one armor knight is worthless in book 2. Which one armor knight do you have in book 2? I don't remember. Do you get horse? No, wait. That's I'm not sure. I think that's he was added into Gaiden. Book 2 Sheena. Oh right, Sheena. Dragon Leader Sheena. Yeah, Sheena's kind of bad, huh? But I'll have you know she was useful in my Fire Emblem Heroes Arena team in 2017. I still have a +10 Sheena. That gave me good scoring. I gave her a hammer so she could fight all the other useless armors. Sheena can kill her own men after you recruit her in FE3. You can also do that in FE12. Yeah, Sheena is good in Fire Emblem Heroes. Something that makes armors worse in FE3 endgame is that dragons bypass defense. That's a good point. She unrecruits in FE12 and FE12 if you do that. FE12, Sheena can't attack her own allies. She unrecruits in FE12 if you do that. Oh yeah, now I remember. Yeah, it's been a while. Yeah. FE3 is easy to have units have straight up cap stats. So you'd rather have your guy have more move than in it being in infantry. I guess they don't have any special mechanics in FE3 either, right? Bane evolve +10 FEs. Actually, if you Effie isn't optimal because her base stat total is 173, which is 2 below the threshold for getting an extra point in arena. If you use like Gwendolyn or something, I don't know. I don't actually remember which. I think the +10 Gwendolyn was technically probably a little better. I don't know. All my knowledge is also like 7 years out of date. Haven't played in ages. All right, I think that's enough for New Mystery of the Emblem. Now we can actually talk about like games that people have played. So hopefully this will be more interesting. All right. Now we can talk about Fire Emblem 4, Genealogy of the Holy War. I think a lot more of you guys have played this, right? Yeah, they suck at this game. They suck so much. Oh my god. You have Arden, and then you have like Hannibal, right? Fucking Hannibal. Why would you even like? It's easier to just kill him, man. So I guess we can also talk about individual people. I think that's that's let me put this right. So like, since this is a game I know, right? This is a game I know. We can talk about individual characters, and previously we couldn't really do that because I didn't really know the games. But yeah, so we have Arden and we have Hannibal. So I think especially in FE4, like FE4 armors are like mainly that they mainly exist so that you can use armor effective weapons on enemies. Right? Like the Frege Barons, their armors, like all these other most of these enemies are even then by that time, you fight them, you can just use like holy weapons. And I think like the low like, especially because like FE4 maps are way too fucking big to like really ever use these guys. Unless you want to spend a lot more time moving characters around. All right, there's like Arden. Like, I guess there's no real like. I guess you can just like the only reason to use him is for like the pursuit ring, which is not unique to him, and also to sit on the castle. So for Hannibal, I guess the main reason you would ever want to get him is to get like probably like the berserk staff. But like just kill him. Just fucking kill him. You know, the berserk staff, like status staffs in FE4 aren't even that good. Like they have no like stat advantage that benefits them because FE4 like a lot of the enemies just have way too much attack to ever like overcome with defense, right? Like defense in FE4 pales in comparison to attack values, right? Like defense like FE4 defense is just low compared FE4 defense like is low compared to like raw attack value like values because of like, holy weapons and stuff. So like whether or not like survival is is often like more about not being doubled. Like being like or existing in like a better class, right? That's the best way to put it. A lot of like big enemies, like think of the threatening enemies in FE4, right? I guess the chaff, no one really cares because you can do anything to kill them. But the hard enemies in FE4, like Arvis, right? Or anything, any truly threatening enemy, these guys cannot help you. And any against most of the garbage that you fight normally, they also probably can't help you because they are 20 tiles behind all the time. Armors in FE4 are good if they aren't your units. Yeah. Altena killed Feeble, so you need him. FE4 generals with Pavise are very annoying. Chad Baron always procking Great Show. Yeah, but that's like the enemies using it. Like you do you think you will ever get to use it to like your own benefit? Imagining ever relying on a proc skill as a player. Are you stupid? Are you really counting on that 17% Great Shield proc to not have to reset the entire map? Bro. Like it's fine if it's the enemy because they face many more attacks total. But like you like you lose once, you're fucked, right? The enemies can lose like any number of times, like 10, 20 times. They can lose the coin. That's not even a coin toss. It's like a dice roll, right? They can lose the dice roll 20 times and you still haven't won. Didn't use Lara Luna criticals against Raedric? Okay, that's different, right? Defensive proc skills and not instantly die are different from having multiple different, like, having multiple, like, 30% chances in a row to instantly win, right? Proc skills, like, I guess, okay, let me amend my earlier statement. Offensive proc skills are unreliable, but they're nice. Defensive proc skills are a joke, and if you ever factor them into your plan, you're playing with fire, right? Yeah. Especially when proc skills can activate intertwined with criticals, then you actually have like a lot of chances to activate things. Miracle Fin though, actually, Miracle is not in FE5 is not a proc skill. It's a deterministic effect that you can predict, and that's why it's good. But if Miracle is just percent activation, then you should never rely on it. Unless you can get that percent activation up to like 100%. So, like, I mean, I guess the only case where it works is like Miracle Midori, right? Miracle Midori that always lives and then heals back. That's good because it's deterministic, or effectively deterministic if you stack enough of it, right? But FE4 Miracle grants you a ton of avoid. If you get knocked down to like very low HP, and so like it can straight up drop the enemy's hit to 0. Yeah, it's Miracle is it's easy to rig with the arena. Yeah, FE4 Miracle is good, but these guys don't have it. These Armor Knights, they are useless. They are trash. If you're, they are. You have an easier time using literally any other unit, and for these two characters, Arden and Hannibal, their main benefits are from events that you can get from them existing, but not from actually using the fight. All right. Use the Miracle Sword glitch can give Arden Miracle. Why? Why? Why would you do that? Why would you do that? What's the point? All right. So I think it's pretty clear. Armor's bad. I think what I could do is I think it's pretty clear. Armor's bad. Armor's bad. I can put this on the slide. Just so everyone knows. I can make it bold, I can make it big in font. FE4 armor's bad. It's in red text. That's how you know it's important. So what's a pose for like FE4 like? Half have played it. 55% yes. Okay. Good numbers. Good numbers. Interesting. All right. So now give me a second. So everyone, I would like you all to like stand up, hydrate, or your entire country will perish. Everyone have a nice stretch. I'll be right back in a moment. All right. Let's continue. Let's get back to it. And now let's start with the next game. So I am back, and now we can talk about Fire Emblem 5. So, what do you guys think? First, have you played the game? I think a lot. I feel like most people who play FE4, like FE4, FE5, have like roughly the same popularity. Granted, like people who watch this channel are more likely to have played it, obviously, but we'll see. Yeah, some comments first. Okay, so Dawson, my beloved, my beloved. Dawson and Xavier Lamal. Xavier hurts. 2 armors again. They're bad. Dawson's pretty good. Dawson's pretty good early game. Unfortunately for Xavier, using him requires recruiting him. Xavier is fine stats for a people rolled. Dawson is mostly useless. Movement growths. I rest my case. Recruited Xavier. Yeah, I think I've played FE5. I have some opinions. So I guess the thing about armors in FE5 is like why? Why? First, why? Why? The low stat caps and scrolls and Crusader scrolls make capping stats really easy. So like armors are actually like I guess they have a better start, but I think the thing about armors is that but when capped, they are actually more vulnerable than than like infantry than non-armors because the entire end game is full of hammers, right? Granted, if you the entire end game is like it's filled with hammers. The lob tier church is literally like built inside a truck full of hammers. It's actually crazy how many hammers there are in that game. Granted, like if you're careful, you can avoid them. But I mean, come on, yeah. There's a lot of mages, and also yeah, the critical formula, right? Like the the critical formula and enemy damage means that like 2x base damage, right? And high enemy damage generally means that like armors can't tank very well. That like very few people, very few units can actually like survive big damage. Granted, for your player units, you can use scrolls, but the enemies just have high damage in this game. 20 defense is not nearly enough to overcome the sheer amount of damage that most units have. How many armors do you get in this game? You get Dawson and you get Xavier. So Dawson is like a meme unit, but like just like most, but at least like he's usable and he can be useful, right? He's not like I guess he like you can make him good. He's not as good as other characters, but he's not bad. And like his speed can get up to a respectable point. It's not he's not like the worst character. So we have Dawson and Xavier. So I guess first we can talk about Dawson. I think Dawson is he's kind of like he's like you can't Dawson can be made into something useful. And like honestly, he can be quite good, right? Indoor lance, the indoor lance meme is nice. If you can like pretend that if you can pretend to if you can pretend that's worth it. But like just like most characters in FE5, if you can get a character going, then they're fine. As for Xavier, hmm. Xavier, huh? His recruitment, man. His recruitment, it sucks. You had to like plan multiple chapters in advance, and he's just kind of mid. Like he's usable in the final map, I guess. If you need someone to kill the guy at the door with a brave bow, I mean, like brave bow user. Like I guess, right? Like if you're lacking other bow units, like I think that's basically it. Is Xavier get leadership star? Yeah, but like 3% hit is not gonna win you the game. Xavier isn't worth recruiting. I think like it can be worth recruiting. What PowerPoint program am I using? I'm literally using PowerPoint. This is literally Microsoft PowerPoint. I'm streaming PowerPoint right now. That's not a joke. That's objective reality. The reason hit rate also caps. Yeah, yeah. I think it's E rank indoor lances, but like not unique. Yeah, I guess the thing about like FE5 is like the thing about the armors in FE5 is that FE5 armors are just like many other previous games or many games. The armors aren't anything particularly special mechanics wise. But and like here specifically, like even they aren't even anything special stats wise. I guess they start with more defense, but like early on, you don't really care about that. Defense isn't even that good in Thracia. I have to say, just because there's so many magic users. Granted, I think yeah, in Thracia, dodge is definitely a lot more powerful than defense. For instance, Asbil with like 8 defense and every other cap stat does great. Sed has like a million dodge, he does great. Dawson is occasionally useful early on, I guess, but even then, you don't really need you don't really need him, right? Yeah. So I think it's and Xavier Dawson is like kind of okay if you really want him to work, but he's not like uniquely good, right? Anything you can do with Dawson, you can do with with Ocean and better. For instance, right? Ocean is just like better. It's just like a lot of units are just better. Indoor lances are kind of a meme, and I really wouldn't. I don't think it matters, right? Because think about it this way, right? Like, what do you actually get from using indoor lances? What you can use a master lance with like 65 hit. You can't use a brave lance. That's only fins, right? So in this game, so then what? Then what advantage do you have from using lances indoors? Like it's like a nice meme, but do you actually get any benefit from it? Not really. You can use a halberd. Aren't halberds axes? Weapon triangle? What for 5% hit? I look kind of silly with that chain hood. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, halberds are axes for sure. Uh, Xavier, I mean, if you need another unit and you've planned ahead, he he can do stuff. He can perform in the end game, and that's better more than most can say for most characters. He's perfectly serviceable. Just the problem, like if you're willing enough to plan for his recruitment, then you're probably willing enough to like sit for 5 minutes to train a better character. Yeah, all in all, armor's bad. Armor is bad. I mean, actually, they're not really bad, right? Both of the armor units that you get are like usable, like usable, but is it really worth it? I think that's the best way to put it, right? Like, you have to ask yourself, like, do I want to sit down and train Dawson with scrolls? Do I want to put 8 green knights, 8 green guys to sleep so that their associated civilian can talk to them? Is that worth it? I mean, if you're going for like 100% completion and like assuming that you're always going to get Xavier, he's a fine unit, but he's just kind of mid. Like, this is just a question you have to ask yourself. It's like an internal journey. Like, armors and like in whether or not armors are good in FE5 is like a question you have to ask yourself, and like what you're willing to do to make them work. But like, because they can work, but they just don't provide a particularly unique function, right? But just like in, I guess there are some units that are like that just can't work in FE5. Now that I think about it, but there's not too many of them. All right. All right. So I think that's about it for FE5, right? You need Xavier for max rank, so yes, it's worth it. I guess that's true. All right. So I think that's that's about it for FE5. Now we can talk about FE6. Fire Emblem 6 Binding Blade. I actually haven't played I still haven't completed FE6 on my personally. But I know they're bad. Because like what kind of characters do you get in that game? Like Wendy, Barth? What kind of trash are you working with? Granted, I'll have you know, my plus 10 Wendelin gave me a lot of arena score back in 2017 in Fire Emblem Heroes with a heavy spear with a heavy spear plus and distant guard 3 for the 240 SP, so I could get to the so I can get to the SP threshold for getting more points in arena. Even it's kind of funny how in Fire Emblem Heroes, like back in the day, you would exclusively equip useless skills just to get more score. I think it's let's lay so let me grab the portraits of all the FE6 armors. So the FE6 armors are like FE6 units. There is Gwendolyn, Barth, and who's the other guy? Gwen, Wendy, Douglas, and Boris. Douglas. Oh, Boris. Oh man. So we have all of these sprites. It's blurry, but whatever. I don't have time to resize these properly, and a PowerPoint doesn't exactly have a nearest neighbor scaling option, as far as I'm aware. So I think it's uh their stats are bad. Barth, right, Barth. How can I forget Barth? Everyone's favorite character, Barth. I'll put him next to Belf on my list of recognizable characters. Amazing Baldy. That's not a character name. What other is there another Armor Knight? Oh, you're talking about Barth. Okay. So I think it's their stats are bad, which is like this is like you have one job. Like the thing about Armor Knights is that in theory they have good stats, but even I think like look, uh, the thing about FE6 Armor Knights is, come on, man. Like Wendy like is extremely underleveled, right? Like I think Wendy is extremely underleveled. Barth, I don't I don't remember what Barth was like. Is Barth like, yeah, Barth, yeah. I think it's also a thing that like in FE6, like FE6 hit rates, like FE6 hit rates like in general are quite awful, and like Armor Knights like in this game just aren't as good. Just aren't good. Like just can't hit things, right? Like Wendy is like comically underleveled. It has like and has low defense. Like Barth, I feel like Barth is his stats are he's got nothing, right? I don't feel like he's got anything. Like has like I feel like the thing about FE6 is that you can probably like you can FE in FE6 dodging is a much more potent defense because you can stack it with supports to become like comically strong, right? And you can do this better with like the Cav characters, right? Lance, I think. Uh, you can just like stack a void on Alan, and Lance, and Roy, and then you can probably do fine. What do you guys think about Boars? Like I know like Douglas like is like bad on his joining map. Like yeah, Boars is okay. I don't know, but I think the main thing about Binding Blades that hit rates are just so like awful in this game that a superior defense is just having more dodge because you can just like stack 45 avoid on the character from just supports. And enemies like sit on thrones with like a million avoid, so like you need high accuracy. Like I feel like FE6 is much more of like a you gotta have accuracy and avoid. This game has a massive roster, really can't justify an armor knight. I think it's just that like everyone else is better, right? Like every like so many it's like so many like many other characters are just better, right? Like their stats aren't particularly impressive. Like Alan and Lance will have fine enough defense, but greatly superior hit and avoid, which is probably a lot more important in FE6 because you can stack their supports and you can do it very early. Uh, so why would you ever use these guys, right? You can use the Wyverns. You can use anyone else. Like yeah, their stats. Yeah, their defense isn't even that good. I think, and defense isn't even that good in FE6. I think that's the other thing, because avoid is so much better, and because you can stack so much avoid. I think it's. I mean, granted, they could have been good if there were better characters, but like I think all the characters suck. I think that's pretty much the best way to put it, right? Like FE, there's no particular reason for FE6 armors to be bad, aside from the fact that like they just don't have the advantages that you would expect they would have. Like their defense isn't actually that impressive, and all the individual characters just suck. Right? Like Wendy, like why? Yeah, I mean, I guess there's like the meme units, right? You can train them to be good. Like Wendy is good. Wendy is actually good 13 years later when she releases as a 3-star armor, making it very easy to get a plus 10 5-star Wendy in Fire Emblem Heroes. So that's why she's good. If you equip her with a bunch of 240 SP skills, then she can break the 2000. She can get to around like 2000 SP total on her weapons, like across all her skills, which allows her to I guess you equip her with ether, like reposition. No, not reposition. I think you have like rally attack speed for the 240 SP. And if you stack enough of that, you can get to like one of the end game like arena thresholds. So if you get 3 of those armors and you have like a plus 10 like Nino, like that's what I use, or someone that can actually kill units, then you can actually do pretty good against other armor teams, like even Hector's and stuff, right? And you can get into the highest bracket of arena and arena assault. That's pretty much the only reason to use Wendy in Fire Emblem Heroes in 2017. So I think that's the best way to put like FE6 hit rate matters a lot more, and Harmonized don't even have that, right? Like hit and avoid matters so much in FE6 from my experience. All right, what are these? How are these votes looking for amount played? 72% of you have played FE6. Interesting. I didn't think that. I don't know. I feel like I guess it is a GBA game, so I guess a lot of people go through all the GBA games. Personally, I don't know. I feel like I've played enough GBA Fire Emblem that I don't really want to. I can't really tolerate FE6. Granted, that's because I've been like constantly looping FE8 challenges, but yeah. I guess if you ever played any of the other Fire Emblem games on emulator, you would just also just play FE6 eventually. GBA, people are starved for content. Yeah, GBA like it's like peak Fire Emblem graphics in terms of like it's not. I don't know. It's very good and it ages super well. All right, that's around 10 minutes for FE6. Okay, so we're an hour and a half in, and we're not even through half of the games yet. And the later games is so much more to talk about. We spend like 10 minutes on each game. So and later for these later ones, you might spend more time talking about each of them. So FE7 armors. What do you guys think? I think basically everyone's does Hector count as an armor? I feel like he kind of does, right? he kind of I feel like Hector kind of counts as an armor. He's an armor lord. Hector is basically an armor. He has armor weakness and promoted. Yeah, but like he's like the armor knight lord. Like that's his thing, right? I guess. I feel like we can kind of consider him as like kind of an armor. So like I guess let me so I guess Oswin. So what we're thinking of is Oswin. We're thinking of Wallace. We're thinking of maybe Hector if you want to stretch the definition a little. But yeah, like Hector is like yeah, Hector is like pretty good. But I want to see more opinions first. I'll put a question mark there just to indicate that like I mean Technically, right? Let me grab a text box. Technically, like I mean, it's like under kinda. Our Hector is kind of like an Arbor Knight. I think the general opinion is probably that like Oswin is really good, and that's why people have a good. He's like Oswin is really good because he comes early and he's easy to train. FE7 has a lot of garbage enemies you can fight, and he can very easily get to a point where he literally cannot die. He's like he's I guess he's a bit maligned in LTC circles because he doesn't go fast. And the but if you just want to beat the game, Oswin is like I think he's like the unit to like the unit that divides the go fast communities versus the I just want to win communities. Because Oswin is bad if you want to go fast, but if you just want to win, Oswin is like the easy mode button, right? You just let him kill things and you just keep ending turn and he keeps killing things and he doesn't die. I don't have no particular grudges against the LTC community, but it's not what I like. So 89% people have played FE7. I guess that makes sense. It's like one of the most popular games, obviously. It's like every unit FE7, I guess, yeah. LTC community and its consequences having a disaster for the FE community. Okay, Ted Kaczynski. All right. All right, what's LTC? Low turn count. Basically, like there's like I guess the efficiency crowd. They care more about being the game fast as a form of challenge, right? The idea being that, and also it's also like a way because in Fire Emblem, there's a whole thing where like the community struggles with figuring out what actually is difficult because beating the game by itself has become increasingly easy over the years, right? And so like as a game series where people pride to some degree about their own personal skill, they need to create metrics for which that skill can be measured, or otherwise, like, right? And LTC is one manifestation of that. And for a long time, I think that was basically because of the media that could be shared, LTC content was like the only one that could be portrayed because it was mostly through like documentable, like step by step let's plays on forum posts. It's a consequence of the medium it existed in. People still do it. It's not as popular these days. I think these days the more popular Fire Emblem content creators do Ironmans, mostly because and other challenge runs because that's more suitable to like a live audience. That was definitely a thing for a few years, right? But anyway, that's why we have like a divide between why people think is Oswin good, right? So I think the thing about this is like Oswin is really good for killing things and not dying. Wallace isn't good. Hector is amazing. Like, but he's like whether or not he counts as an armor is like a little debatable because he's a lord, right? I think it's just that it's thinking about like these are the only three guys you get. I guess enemy armors, like just like in most games, enemy armors are a pin to be knocked down, right? Enemy armors in every game are rarely actually threatening. Aside from maybe like the Radiant Dawn armors in like Tower 1, but that's like only for one map. Like I'm thinking like that's like the only like enemy armors like enemy armors are meant to be like defeated, right? They're like it's kind of like it's like a they're jobbers. They're like a kayfabe thing, right? It's like they are meant to like be like look intimidating specifically so you can beat them up and feel good about it. Hector falls off hard because promo is late and it sucks. I don't know because he just like he has in Hector mode specifically, he has like maps where he can just like go off, right? Early game, he just goes off, and he's still surprisingly relevant, even when he's at his level cap, because he can get like 20 defense, right? Hector promotes too late. Yeah, I guess like there's like a dip in like his usefulness, but like Hector can solo like the 32x, right? Like he's good, and I guess like late game FE7 is a bit weird because you don't really need anything to do it. You just need like the end map, right? Like difficulty in FE7 is weird because of all the tools you get. Like the final map in FE7 like is a non-factor basically in most people's eyes. And it doesn't really change difficulty because you just give Athos Luna and he kills everything. Like Hector is very usable, right? I think that's the best. I think that it's Hector is very usable, and he's very useful at a lot of stages of the game. That's the best way to put it. Like FE7 endgame is basically solved. You just use Athos. No matter, yeah, uh, yeah. I think it's basically just that. Like, I think the basic summary of FE7 armors is like Osmond good. That's basically it for armors, right? Oswin good LTCers go away. That's like the only. That's a basic. That's the main like. FE7 armors are not necessarily good. It's just that Oswin himself is really good, and Wallace isn't really good. I think that's the best way to summarize FE7 armors. Isn't Boston also useful in OTC for a while? Yeah, but not for like the entire game. I mean, Hector's really good. Hector's really good. I agree, but like he dips in usefulness because he doesn't promote until like chapter like 20 million, right? For a while. Yeah, but Oswin, yeah. Your Hector got speed screwed. I mean, like I don't know, but all Hector has distant counter, and like he's good against, and he has distant counter, so he's good against Robin, who is a blue tome, and he's like, so it's kind of like, and he's also good against Takumi, right? The premier units in Fire Emblem Heroes at launch, you know. So Hector can even be good against red units like Marth and Crom or Lin. He's got distant counter, guys. He can do good against red tomes if you give him wary fighter. All right. I think that's pretty much a good. I think there's surprisingly not that much to say about FE7's armors because it's just Oswin. It's pretty much just Oswin and Hector, kind of, not Wallace. Like you don't get other ones, right? Like the reason to use Oswin is like he just gets a lot of stats and he can trivialize a lot of mass by killing things. What does armor even do except make you weak for armor slayers? For a lot of the game, nothing. A lot of the game, nothing. Yeah, like yeah. FE7 it is just Oswin. All right, now let's 88% have played FE7. Yeah, I'm curious if more people have played FE8 than FE7 because like I feel like I think FE8 is probably I don't know if FE is more or less popular, but I feel like FE8 is like the Fire Emblem game for like beginners. I feel right. 100%. Yo, everyone's played FE8. Let's go. I think more people have played FE8 probably because if especially online, like it's the game to start with. You can grind, you can do stuff, right? So FE8 armors, we have Gilliam, we have Amelia, we have King Fado if you like beat the Lagdo ruins. I mean, I guess this is the FE8 is the first game where we have like overlapping armor like definitions, right? Great Knight is like kind of an armor, but not really. I mean, Duso is really good, right? I feel like we can count Duso as like a borderline, kind of like how we counted Hector as like a pseudo armor. So yeah, Gilliam, he's. I mean, just use Seth. Just use Seth, man. Just use Seth. But Duso's good. Duso's really good. You can patch up your team for Phantom Ship. I think Great Knight doesn't really count, but like Knights, armors can promote into Great Knight. That's the thing, right? So let me grab all the portraits while you guys discuss, and then I'll look back on chat and see if there's anything super interesting. I think, yeah. So we have Gilliam. We have Duso. No, actually, we have Amelia, kind of. I mean, granted, like pretty much every single portrayal of Amelia in Heroes is her as a general. So like, I think everyone likes it just because of the the contrast between like, and the I think like small girl big armor is a very popular trope. And her performance in the game, like her potential performance, if you train her, is good. Granted, that's also because everyone else can be brought to like a high level because of the tower. But yeah. So yeah, what do you guys think? Let me look at the chat. Let me see the summary. All right. Let's see what we got. Gilliam is kind of eh. I feel like Gilliam has always been kind of eh. Like he's useful, but like just use Seth. Seth is better at not taking damage. Should we count the tower? I mean, I think just think about like whatever your experience is, and we can just write in all the caveats we want. High defense is not as valuable in this game because enemies are weak. That's true. That is also true. I think it's also just this is a game where it's very easy to get a lot of units with high defense, and it's not unique to Gilliam, right? The thing about like I guess Amelia, I feel like her defense is always kind of lacking, surprisingly, for an armor if you promote her into one. Like recruits in FE8 don't have actually that good growths, right? Like Ross almost always gets like really bad speed. Like Amelia kind of has bad defense. Like Yuwen becomes a summoner, so his stats don't matter, right? So like, what do you guys think? Gilliam just gets doubled and dies in chapter 5? Chapter 5? Not really? I feel like Gilliam can do fine in chapter 5. Enemies are weak in FE8. Big dummy stats don't matter. Yeah, I think yeah. So like Gilliam is like kind of meh. You get better units pretty quickly. Like immediately. And like I guess the game is easy enough that having a big stat advantage like that doesn't matter because other units can get a comparable stat advantage, and then there's diminishing returns. Seth's also really good. You can beat the whole game with Seth. So I mean, but it's kind of like, yeah, Amelia. I feel like she is good if you train her to a point where you just get a ton of stats, but she's not like, if you give anyone else the same treatment, they're also kind of good. And Amelia's defense is actually ends up surprisingly lacking. Right? Duso was good, but he's not really an armor, right? I guess he has armor weakness, but in FE8, there are only across both routes, there are only a total of 8 enemies with armor effective weapons, and most of them are like in maps where they don't matter. So genuinely, like it's armor weakness is not an issue in FE8. Like there's, I guess like one time I've gotten jump scared by the halberd in like chapter 6, like the fog map. But like effective weapons like are not a factor in that game. Yeah, I think it's Gilliam is like Gilliam's kind of mid. Like it takes a while to get him off the ground, and like they're just like and you just like better similar, and you get better or similar units. He's not a Gilliam, like he's usable and he can become good, but he's not really a standout character. Like Amelia is fine if you grind her, but like she doesn't really perform better in art in general, like as a knight than her other promos. That's like the thing about Amelia. It's like you probably should just make her into a paladin or something, because there's no difference, right? Like mechanically, like most FE games, like GBA FE, like, there's no mechanical difference, and the stats also aren't that different, right? The thing about GBA FE is that Armor Knights, they don't often actually have a stat advantage compared to, say, like Cavaliers, right? At most, they have a bit more base defense and maybe like slightly more defense as a promo, but not even an FE8, because I think Great Knight in general also have like the same defense boost, right? I think they both get +2 defense or something on promo. I don't remember. Right? Like why not just use Great Knight? That's the thing, right? Duso is great, but that's because he's a Great Knight. So he's not really an armor. So like I feel like it's so he's kind of like only a borderline armor. Like he's only he's only technically an armor under like weakness classifications, which end up not mattering at all. Yeah, Great Knight has axes. Yeah, Great Knight has axes, and so I guess just General also has axes. Generals also have all 3 weapon types in FE8, right? Yeah, just like it's just like there's no reason to use it aside from it looking cool. But bro, like I think the main reason to use armors in FEA is like bro, like they look fucking sick, right? That's like the main reason you want to use the armor in FE8. Generals look fucking sick, bro. Like yeah, that's the only way to put it. Like you use them because they look fucking sick. Like that's why you use them. They look cool. And when you're 8 years old, that's like when you're Fire Emblem 8 years old, that's why you use Armor Knights. They look cooler. They really like. Granted, this is you have the same sprite in FE7, but like that's why I made people into armor. That's why I made Amelia into a general, because the general sprite looks sick. Their animations are so cool. I think that's basically the takeaway, right? FE8, 10 out of 10, mostly because they look cool. That's basically it, right? That's basically it. They look cool. I think that's pretty much it, right? There's no there's no like stat advantage to being a general compared to being a Great Knight. But like it's not that much of a penalty. That's the other thing, right? Let me see like the promos, right? Is it like a difference of like +2 defense? I don't. I'm sure. Like, was there like no difference at all, or is there some difference? So if you go general, you get 1 extra defense on Amelia, I think. For Gilliam, you get no difference. Okay, so Gilliam has no advantage for being in general, but Amelia gives +1 defense. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like I think the thing is that like I feel like the differences like either way are kind of small. Like +1 move or +1 defense. I guess +1 moves is objectively better, but is that worth like having a guy that looks slightly worse? Like like I think the differences are small enough that like I guess you could go for the advantage, but do you want to have +1 move, or do you want to have like a fucking sick mecha like guy in the mecha suit, basically? Like you're piloting like a medieval Gundam, right? Like the question is like, do you actually want the gameplay advantage, or do you want it to look fine? Do you want to look classy? It's all the aesthetic, right? Grannies look decent, yeah, but like it's like decent versus amazing. Why settle for less when you can look perfect? Why do you think that every single Fire Emblem Heroes portrayal of Amelia is a general, right? It's because it looks fucking sick. Yeah, it's mostly aesthetic, right? Like even like the mechanical differences are like minute. Like Great Knights have 6 move, Generals have 5 move. Honestly, like I guess the small amount of move can make a difference. Small amount of speed can make a difference, but the disadvantage of like going general isn't even that bad, and you can overcome any stat difference with like a bit more tower, right? Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. All right, that's it. Let me reorganize this. Like we have 85% played FE8 versus 88 for FE7. I see. Yeah, I guess FE7 is like the most played FE game in the West, probably. I mean, aside from like Awakening Fates and Three Houses and whatever, right? All right, so that's FE8. Let's do FE9 now. Let me get up the poll. I'll stay quiet for a bit so I don't influence your guys' thoughts. But I think the opinions should be pretty common, right? What do you guys think about FE9? Maniac mode or not? I think just whatever mode you played. I mean, in English, you just hard mode. I guess if you play Maniac mode, I think it's not too different because Maniac mode enemies don't have higher offenses; they only have higher HP for the most part, right? Never had $500 spare to purchase the game. So, well, I guess then, yeah, I mean, I guess. Oh, I see. 70% yes. So more people have played this game legitimately for sure than no. Let's not go there. So yeah, I'm seeing a bunch of opinions. Like people like the cavalry a lot more than FE9. Yeah, FE9 cavalry are kind of strong, kind of overpowered. I would say maybe you get very good ones. But yeah, I think it's pretty much FE9 is pretty much just Braum and Gatchi, right? And I guess like it's thing is about FE9 is You can make a lot of characters pretty good. It's mostly a matter of FE9. You need a guy that has a lot of defense that can tank a lot of guys. Tornado, yeah, Tornado exists, but he doesn't count. Yeah, he doesn't. He's kind of like he's like a filler unit. Tornado is a unit who is in armor. Yeah, you stand Gantry, just use a paladin. Yeah, he goes using Nephany. There's a lot of characters that can be used as like solo juggernauts, right? Like Nephany is good, but that's mainly because our speed is a bit higher. End game you kind of have to like end game you can crutch with Ike. We're using Ragno. I'm trying to think about other like good tanks, right? Because like FE9 is kind of a game where you kind of have to do that, especially for like Clash, right? I guess the hard thing about Clash is you need to survive early, which kind of can be done. You need some like probably need a couple of strong characters, but then after you beat the first wave, you can leer all of the enemies with like one tanky guy. Jill, Dodge Oscar, definitely cute. Because usable enough. Yeah, I think it helps that like FE9 is so enemy phase heavy, and like none of the you don't really need to move fast, right? You mainly need to survive, and tanky units are really good for that. Like if I could use like 3 to 4 like armor knights for the end game, like if that was an option, right? Because you just need characters that can survive being hit. Yeah, so I guess the character wise, we have Braum, we have Gatry, we have Braum, we have Gatry. Oh. Yeah, we're not really talking about the Cavs right now because they're not armors. Braum's we're not is Braum's we have Braum, we have Gatry, we have Taro Nail. Tauro. Okay, yeah. So yeah, I think it's in summary like I feel like FE9 like highly encourages having survivable units because like one routing enemies is really hard, right? There are a lot of times where actually killing enemies immediately is surprisingly difficult, and oftentimes I feel like you do need a survival formation, and this helps a lot. Right? For instance, like on the final map of FE9 in Maniac mode, you really need like a way to like shield yourself from getting all your squishy guys killed by like all the wyverns, and the only way to do that is by having enough strong units to body block. Like these, they're useful enough if you want to use them. Like cavalry is almost always better though. Yeah. Like, but you don't. But you have enough deployment slots. I think there's enough deployment slots to use them if you want to, and it's not really that big of a minus. Like movement is useful, but at the same time, but FE9 is like highly defensive and turtly. Do you know what I mean? I feel like FE9, like despite the maps being really big and Cavs having super canto, a lot of the gameplay is like highly defensive. And so as a result, armor knights don't really suffer that big of a disadvantage for not being able to move around. There are some like objectives that require you to move around, but they aren't that important. A lot of the time you can really succeed just by sitting down, right? This game prefers higher movement for bonus experience. I guess, but bonus experience isn't that big of a deal, I think, right? You don't need it. the thing is, like, even if you can't move around, your armorists will still be able to fight things, right? And so, like, I guess, like, I guess the thing is that, like, sure, cavalry can move faster, right? But you have enough space for cavalry anyway, and the armor knights can also fight. Okay, so I'm just saying, like, they're not better than the cavalry, but you can use them in the same way, right? The thing is, like, even though their movement is kind of low, they will still find something to do. Like, their turns won't be wasted because of their low movement. And that's like, maybe their flexibility is lower for what you can use them for, but they can still find like things to fight. Right? They get Night Ward. That's like plus 30% speed growth, yeah. But like other characters also get, like Nephany can get it, right? You say they're better on Maniac because they bowl everything so easily on hard? Yeah, I don't know. I feel like, yeah, a lot of characters I feel like, yeah, I would, yeah. I think like Gatry is pretty good. It's pretty good. Like Braum kind of needs some work, right? I didn't really use Braum when I played before, so I don't really know. But like, you kind of gotta train him a little. He needs some work to be useful, and like Tornado is mega filler. You just use him, and he might survive, right? Like if you train him, he'll be fine. But and like that's like a lot of FE9 units. You need to train like Mia to be for her to be useful. A lot of characters in FE9 are kind of just like bad. Yeah. Like Tornado is like just like is like filler. You need to train Mia so you can regret training Mia. You need to get Mia so you can get her killed by the enemy, like enemy doing 1 damage with counter when training her on like that beach map. Tornado and Resolve range double sword masters. Yeah, but like Resolve is such a pain in the ass to activate. All right, I think FE9 they're just kind of like eh, okay. I guess the problem is that like they're kind of good up to a point, like useful, but like there's there's better options. And I feel like FE9 endgame, right? I feel like they might be a bit lacking. Like they're useful for like surviving, but FE9 endgame is like a puzzle for the most part. I'm trying to think because at least the way I played it, right? FE9 Maniac, I kind of like crushed a bit with Ike to tank a lot of the enemies, and then I had everyone else barely trying to survive. The end game of Maniac is pretty challenging because you have to really figure out how to deal with all the enemies and then deal with Ashnard. You have like 9 turns to deal with it, so you actually kind of have to hurry and kill things. But then like you also kind of crush with like Tibarn or Nisala, yeah. I sacked most of my units. Yeah, that's true. That's why I had a hard time. That is also true. But like, I mean, and I barely had any, I was really lacking in like good physical units in my run. That's probably why I had a hard time. If I had more like living cavalry, I think I would have been fine. But I didn't, and I mostly had like crappy mages, and that were only good because I was using like the crit glitch. All right, yeah, I think it's just that like FE9 armors are kind of okay, but like they're just not great. They don't have the advantages that most games would have, right? What our armors gonna do to our Dragon Lagoons? They will barely survive. I guess that's the best way to put it. The thing is, like, the thing is, like, the real question about Dragon Lagoons is like, what is anyone gonna do to a Dragon Lagoons? They're really hard to kill. Like, you need to like kind of get lucky with Ike activating ether or something, or like he's like a crit tome, or there's really not that many good options for fighting Dragon Lagoos. They're just hard to fight. They're just like tough enemies. Thunder Force. All right. So okay, FE10 armors. So I guess we can only consider like the actual armor units. Like so we have we have Braum again, we have Gatry again. We have Meg, we have Braum, we have Gatry. Meg's bad. don't at me. Meg is bad. Meg, we have Braum, we have Gatry. We have, I mean, the Black Knight is like an armor, but like he doesn't really count because he's more like a prop that appears on some maps. You don't really get to use him for anything challenging. Same thing for Toroneo. I feel like he's useful like when as like a filler, like he's like a crutch unit. He exists as a crutch unit. But like when you actually have the option of using other characters, it's probably better to just use the other characters. Okay, so I think the first thing that we have to say is that like FE10 availability is so whack that like it's that everyone like it barely is usable. That's the thing, right? So I think it's this is a strange game, but I think overall they are not very good in Radiant Dawn, right? I think they're not that good. They're good for some units are good for certain bands of the game, but even then, like a lot of times it's for parts that don't really require like, and then they're just not useful anymore. Like Meg is bad, Meg bad. Come on. Don't at me. Oh, Poe. Yeah, I forgot the Poe. Okay. Oh yeah, I need to update the poll. So if 68% people played FE9. I'm kind of liking like these making a PowerPoint streams. I should keep doing. Actually, I think this is a good format because I don't have to prepare that much in advance. So let's do a poll for FE10. Have you played FE10? Yeah, Meg is bad. Don't argue with me about that. If using Meg is like, it's a self-imposed challenge. Do these streams become videos later? I'm trying to figure out how to do that because right now my schedule is a bit tight. It might take a while for me to make a video because I need to like compile my thoughts, but it's something I could do, yeah. And I don't really want the video to compete with a stream for a bit. And I think stream wise, this is a format that's more useful because it's more off the cuff and it's easier to expect something that's less edited. Whereas like if I edit the whole thing into like editing this entire stream into a more condensed format, like a 20-minute video, like I can't touch on as many things, and it will also take like 20 hours of work. So it's something I could do eventually, and it's more digestible for the average audience. But for now, I'm gonna try to just make more of these streams first, and then once like I'll probably try to make the best ones into videos. That's probably my plan. Like I originally planned to make the Blood Pact stream into a video, but I just don't have it in me to like make one of those a week, right? The amount of work it would take is quite a bit. Yeah. Anyway, like yeah, like Meg is bad. Braum is like, I mean, Disarm is funny, but like you don't need to keep it on him. And like I guess Braum is okay, but like he's not there for a lot of the map. Like you don't need him in part 2. And in part 3 you have Gashu who just like better. Right? Like Braum is like not needed in part 2. And in like part 3 like you get Gatry. Right? Like Gatry is good in part 3. But general caps really suck. So I think generals really start to become lacking in endgame. And so they're just not good in part 4 and the end game of FE10. Right? And so like end game performance is lacking. I think that's pretty much it, right? Like Gatry if you can't double and you don't have enough strength and you can't your speed cap is too low to like double important enemies in the end game in the tower, then like what are you even doing then? Like Gatry is like even the best Gatry is like kind of mid and end game. Because you just get better units. That's like the whole thing in FE10, right? It takes whenever you want to train characters, it takes 30 years. But then like and then they go away for 10 chapters. And when you get them back, training them is 40 times easier, but you also get units that are just better in every single way constantly. So I think like Gatry's like he's good, but then he's bad. That's the thing, right? And so it feels like not good to like invest in them long term. Does Black Knight count for Arbor Knights? Didn't you say lower only took a few hours? Yeah, but that was like with the fast forward. Yeah. Granted, like I don't know, doing a degenerate grind for like a YouTube video is different from playing like a normal human being. I think you should understand that. So I don't think my videos and how I play should be the standard by which anyone measures themselves. So and yeah, Tornado is like he's a crush unit, then mediocre filler, right? He's like he exists in 2 maps and then is kind of useless. I think Tornado is just not good after he's only good in comparison to the Dawn Brigade. Right? He's good in the maps where he's there, but then in the end game, he's just not very good. I mean, like, I don't know. Part 2, like, thing is like Radiant Dawn Part 2 is like weird because you can easily complete everything at base stats and you have no time to train anyone, right? Like that's the thing, right? Like in part 2, like I hate part 2 because like training anyone there is basically not worth it. That's the thing, right? It's just it's I think that's basically it, right? Unless you really want to use Braum, but then like when he comes back, you can just use Gashry. Right? And anyone you train in part 2, you can train faster in part 3. So like why? Why would you spend all the time there, right? It's just that I don't like part 2. I just really don't like part 2. It's like if you had to play like let's say it's like Fire Emblem Radiant Dawn. It's like if you have to play Lin mode, the Dawn Brigade, and then you play Cindered Shadows, and then you play and then you actually get to play the game. You just don't get to play the game for a long time. And then you constantly can't play the game because like the perspective shifts. Like I get it, like I get what they're trying to do, but like at the same time, there's costs for what they did, and those costs being that like the experience is kind of like all over the place. Part 2 is an FNE training grounds. Have I recorded part 4? Yeah, I have. Just haven't gotten around to making the videos because I've been really busy recently. And it just like if you like part two, if you like Cinder Shadows, you like part two if you like playing like side stories, basically, a self-contained side story. I feel like those like opinions are aligned. I don't like Cinder Shadows. I don't like Felsian Log or anything like self-contained. I hate it when there's like a Gaiden campaign where everything is separate. Cinder Shadows is the best part of Three Houses, in your opinion? Is that because you really like Cinder Shadow, or is that because you really don't like the main campaign? Yeah, so yeah, I think it's just that armor's like their stats are just bad, like it's just bad, like bad stat caps, like in a game where most units end up capping a lot of stats. That's the thing, right? I think that's the main thing here, right? And like defense isn't like end game enemies overwhelmingly deal massive magic damage. That's the other thing. So like it's you just get so many better options. Like Ike with Ragno, even though he has bad resistance, he just does a lot more damage, has better speed, right? Mass stat caps is a problem for a handful of unit types. Yeah, that's like a lot of classes aren't very good in Radiant Dawn, but like I'm not talking about other classes deficiencies. Just like this is a deficiency shared among many unit types, but Armor Knights are also hit by it for sure. Effie, you like that we switch armies? Yeah, but like, whatever. It does mean that like any armor or any unit that you invest in, like you don't. It's if you haven't played the game before, it's really like unpredictable as to whether or not you'll ever get to use them again. Saints can win around Ike, yeah. I mean, granted, they also kind of fall off because like part three is like everyone uses magic and has a million resistance. I think, yeah, surprisingly, there's not that much to talk about here aside from just like, yeah, Meg bad, Braum, Gatry kind of okay, but then falls off. Tornado filler. I guess there's also like the Black Knight, but like Black Knight doesn't count. Black Knight doesn't count. He's not a unit, he's a prop. Like the Black Knight is not a unit. I hate to tell you. He's a prop that you get to move around sometimes. He is terrain. He's like a ballista or like a fire orb. Can Laura even hurt Ashera? I mean, I think if you give her Rex Aura, maybe. I don't know. And you maybe you give her Rex Aura. You give her like the Red Dragon, Red Tide bonuses. Well, not I mean White Tide bonuses because that gives magic, I think, or something, right? Then you probably could do a little bit because but Ashera has 50 resistance, so like using any kind of magic on her is a fool's errand. Good luck on endgame. Yeah, I'm gonna stream the final map once I get closer in the summaries. It's gonna be a fun time. It'll also be like an like 11 and a half hour stream probably. That's like my plan for it. Yeah, 62% have played Radiant Dawn. And like I think FE10 like let's I guess let's form like a general opinion. Like it's like okay, but like then falls off and not into for endgame by because of their inherent properties. Just like FE10 endgame just rough. Their intrinsic prop. Yeah, I think that's the best way to put it. They're okay, but then like they're only good for a bit. The Goose Royals, yeah, you just get units that work better than everyone you have. All right. So now we talk about Shadow Dragon. I feel like this channel is like I feel like I'm like the biggest Shadow Dragon fan. I mean, it's also what kind of like got this channel going, right? I have a lot of fond memories of it. I also feel like I've like cracked the game open so much that I've mastered the game. So I guess first we can talk about the default armors. Like there's Draug, some other characters, right? Uh, so there's Draug. What other armors are there technically? Like 11 armor knights. What do you guys think? Horus, Lorenz. Who the hell has ever used Horus though? Honestly, got Horus, Roger. Like there's like the real armor knights, and then there's like the ones who can be reclassed into it and be useful, like Wolf and Zedgar, Caster, yeah. Or pretty much anyone. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, Horus. Who else is there? Horus. There is Dolph and Dolph Marcellus, Marcellin, Macallan, Macallan, Marcellin. There's these guys. Lawrence, right, right. This is really a lot, yeah. Granted, none of them are good, but like, I think all the actual Arm Knights really suck. But like, other characters can be made good when you reclass them. Lawrence, Lawrence, the man who explodes. Kind of looks like Big Boss. All right, so I think it's the actual armor, like or the reclassing system, kind of makes things a bit weird. But like, frankly, like basically all of the natural armor knights kind of suck. I think that's pretty much the truth, right? I think they aren't as good as other options. I've never used Draug. I've never used any of these characters. I think Draug might be like the closest to being kind of okay, but like all the others are kind of not really. Like Draug lets you survive on the first map. Even then, he's very lacking. Why does Draco have the same defense cap as generals? They have the same cap, but generals have higher base defense, which matters a lot because you can reclass people into generals and they just have a ton. They just have 18 to 17 defense. Draug and Roger are playable and mercenary. Yeah, I think most people use Draug. They end up reclassing him. Like it's like the caps, like yeah. But the thing is, like I guess like the real armor knights are like there's the real armor knights are Wolf and Sedgar. That's the thing, right? The real armor knights are Wolf and Sedgar. I think it's you generally people like Wolf is probably better as like a berserker or a hero or something, but Sedgar is definitely the better defense because Sedgar can reach like 100% defense growth with the reclass, right? So like then like that actually makes them really good, right? Like Wolf Sedgar are excellent reclasses because of like weird horseman class shenanigans, and it grants excellent plus defense growth. So like it's a good class to grow in because the high defense growth is really amazing, right? So like I think the thing is like the thing is that like having like 28 to 30 defense is a win condition in Shadow Dragon. That's the truth, right? The thing is like if you can get a guy to 28 defense, then you win. You win most of the game. You you can kill everyone with a javelin, and later you can use like the Star Sphere and Gradivis and slaughter everything you face. Very few enemies do more than 31 damage, right? Very, very few enemies, like even on hard 5, do like more than 30 damage. And like mage of like and magic is a problem sometimes, but there's most like enemy variety is low, right? So like if you're fighting mages, you're only fighting mages. So like you can work around it, right? It's not common for you to be like hit by magic and physical at the same time a lot of the time. You can also just one shot mages, yeah. So like yeah, like even a generic with like 4 skill and 6 strength, like even a generic general with 4 skill and 6 strength like can beat most of hard 5 with like 28 defense. That's actually the crush behind a lot of my generic playthroughs. If you can roll a generic with enough defense, you win. Granted, like people don't often play with generics unless it's just like me right? So like let me find that portrait. I have it somewhere. Give me a second. So we have the generic portrait. Where's my FE11 assets? I have them somewhere. Shadow Dragon. Yeah, here's like a generic general portrait. I think like the generic generals are actually like peak strong in Shadow Dragon. And we peak slide design to add a little portrait of every other character that can be gotten in a general. What like you want me to add 30 portraits? I got come on, man. The thing is about Shadow Dragon is like generals are good because they are a way to get a lot of defense because the plus growths is the why they are good. Because if you grow in general, like if you grow as a general, then you get more. This is the way to get more defense. This is the way to get more defense. If you want more defense, you level up as a general. We say yes, will I do it? No, I got better things to do. Like I don't know anything else. So yeah, armor is like, yeah, it's just that it's just the FE11 you win if you have defense. That's it. I think it's like, I think it's like, it's really good as a way to get more defense, and defense is a win condition. That's basically it. right? It's not that the class itself is very good. I mean, it kind of is because the high base defense, like, is yeah. I think it's like high base defense is like amazing, right? Because no matter who you class into a general, they just have 17 defense, and then you can pretty easily like grow into having 20 defense if you really train the character. Like I think I made general caster work, right? So pretty much anyone with like a reasonably high defense growth can become a very good general if you train them. Yeah, it's a good class just because of the way that Shadow Dragon works, where there's like low enemy variety and also low raw enemy damage. Like most enemies in the end game in Horror 5 use brave weapons, which works really nicely because that means they don't have higher might. So they just do 0-0. Like in FE11, like defense is like the stat. Like in FE11, it's the stat. And that's why general is good because it's like the way to get more defense. Like I both like by being in the class and both by training in the class. So like then you're spending a lot of time as a general in general, and so that's why like it's good, right? I think that's pretty much it. What do you guys think? I think that's like right. Granted, like I think there are other things you need to do, like if you're going like full generics, you might also might want some archers to fight against the mages, right? Using longbows, that would be nice. Yeah, bows to like one shot Draco Knights is nice. You can forge like a bow. Was caster the one I used to sweep Mastodon maps? Yeah, I think in my first run I used caster. In my like later generic runs, I can, bro, you can sweep Macedon with a 28 defense general and with 4 skill and 6 strength. Let that like keep that in your mind. That's all you need. Granted, I think if you want to do that, then you actually have to like stall and wait out enemies with swarm. But like, there's a bit more you have to do. But like with like a proper general, like Wolf or Sedgar or like caster, like a real unit, any real unit as a general can sweep Macedon. But like even a generic can sweep Macedon if you make the right setup, and that often involves like waiting out swarm for 25 turns because swarm will kill you in some circumstances. But like that's like it's doable. It's very doable. Does Zane count? No, I don't think Zane counts. Zane is a whole different beast. He's not armor. He's got mechanics, and you often want Zane cloning someone better, like someone more offensive, right? Like there's no like it's not doesn't really serve the same purpose. Like the main reason to use an armor knight is to put him inside, like put him on a healing tile against like 40 enemies, and then keep spamming end turn and watching them kill everything. But yeah, like Shadow Dragon, like the it's just that I feel Shadow Dragon armor knights are peak. All right. So yeah, that's a 64% half-play Shadow Dragon. Okay, now we can talk about new mystery. FE12. Have you played FE12? So Zane a dancer? It's Zane is a copy of your best unit in a very literal sense. And Zane is also in FE12 is a way to get infinite gold. To get 1,000,000 gold by grinding for 15 hours in a non-deterministic way. So you can't automate it. So it's like, yeah, I think, I don't know. FE12 Iron Man's, when I played it, I had to use like the cheap exploits and like, and a lot of, I used a lot of fucky stuff for my new mystery Iron Man. It's a really hard game. It's a really hard game. Chainmail Hood plus Daft Punk helmet has potential. Yeah, I think it's like not. It's a pretty fun look, but at the same time, I can't like use it for anything because it's so noisy. Have you ever like if you ever worn chainmail or mail, right? the noise is like it's constant. Whenever you make any move, you make a noise. So I can't record anything with it. And also, it's like it's heavy as fuck. It's so heavy because it has to go over everything on top of like the mask, which also weighs its own amount, and it's also like positioned off my face, so it's constantly moving and making itself not look good. So like it's good. It's okay for still pictures, and I've tried it before for video, but like it takes a lot of work. It's really heavy, yeah. Especially because like it has like leverage on my face when I wear it because like it acts as like a lever. It's not very very not comfortable. Yeah, I also have like a breastplate that you can also see underneath. Like I'm actually wearing like a metal breastplate here. It's the one I used in like one of my some of my videos back then. And like you can't move with this shit on in a chair. I mean, I guess I at least I get to use these props again, which is part of the motivation for the stream. But even like taking this one photo took so long just because of all the setup. Anyway, yeah, FE12. Okay. FE12. So FE12 generals. I guess we can start from the top. Yeah. What was the Zane exploit you did with FE12 with a million gold? Yeah. So the FE12 arena in like Lunatic is really hard, and the skills are really hard. And enemies have like stat caps, so winning in the arena can be very difficult and risky. But if you use Zane, then if you can clone another stat capped unit, it acts as if like Zane himself is like in a different unique class, has a lower level cap. So it acts as if you're fighting like level. Basically, I don't know the exact numbers, but it's like you're fighting level 30 enemies as a level 40 unit. And so it greatly increases the odds that you'll win by giving you much more favorable fights if you fight as Zane, clone as a caps unit. And by like if you as a wide, basically that means you can win like 75% of your matches pretty easily without any risk, and then you can get gold infinitely. Whereas previously your win rate will be a lot lower, and even then it takes forever because like sometimes like enemies have crit chance, sometimes enemies can't kill you if they use magic. So it's like that's how you can get infinite gold with Zane, in FE12, where previously is very hard because arena win rate is otherwise too low. Anyway, FE12. So generals. So there's a lot of things going on here. I think Knight, a Knight Chris is quite good early on because of it allows for more leeway in the prologue, but there are other ways to like beat the prologue, right? Knight Chris is okay in the prologue. There are other options there, but having Chris as a knight is also very useful because it increases his defense growth. And I think a lot of the early game new mystery, a very strong strategy is to just heavily invest into Chris so he can just kill things. But even then, you're still like constantly in trouble because even one guy that can kill everything is often not enough in that game. You think that everything that applies to FE11 applies to FE12? Armor Knights won't change at all? You are so wrong. Norman Lord, you are so wrong. FE12 is such a different game from FE11 that, like, if you ever played New Mystery, you will know that Armor Knights are not, they're useful early on, right? To help you survive the early game. But in the end game, the enemies are so strong that Armor Knights have no chance. FE12 end game is such high lethality. Enemy quality is so high. Enemy damage is so high. It's so stat cap based that the Armor Knights are useless in the end game. They're so bad in FE12 end game. Like the best classes in FE12 end game are like Draco Knights, Horsemen. Horsemen are really good. Wolf and Sedgar are not good in FE12 because they join like in the second to last maps, right? So FE12 endgame is like, I think it's let me change the screen. So yeah, FE12. So I think the best way to put it is like FE12, like Knight Chris is useful for prologue, but there are other options. I think like a general Aaron is useful, like in the very early game. And in general, like it's useful for like getting more defense on units. But like it becomes heavily outclassed by classes like Draco Knight, which have like the same defense cap and high but a higher speed cap. Like but end games is also like the end game of New Mystery has no place for armors because their speed cap is so low that they just die. Right? They just die in the end game, right? I think that's pretty much it, right? This is also another reclassing game. I think in FE12 you really have to like really reclass everyone to like Draco to like proper classes. It's Knights are not good in New Mystery. Does Chris count for Armor Knight? Yeah, kind of. Yeah, like I pretty much never use characters in their base class. Honestly, I basically don't. I almost never like it's yeah. Knight Chris is good for the early game, and then you reclass into Draco Knight. So like it's good early, like because it gives you like that. It's like for the like extremely good 17 base defense plus bow axis. The thing about New Mystery is that also like early on, you really want bow axis because there are a lot of enemy flyers. Like the first few maps, bow axis is really strong. Draco's at the same speed cap as General FE12. Was it? I thought General speed cap was like 21, and like then it's just but vastly better mobility. Was it 23? I thought it was 21. And even then, like, yeah, Draco Knights aren't. General is 21, Draco Knight is 23. Yeah, 21's like a lot worse. Yeah, if I remember correctly. But it's just, yeah, so I was right to begin with. Okay. And more move. It's just like, it's by any general that you have, you later want to make it a Draco Knight. Like, I guess the higher base defense is more useful for hitting the 30 defense, but like, just not good, right? Both are pretty bad. Draco Knight is very good early. And even later, you still want to be... You can use Draco Knight with forged weapons to one-shot things. I mean, personally, but like... I guess, like, honestly, for, like, endgame classes, like, you probably want to use more, like, mages. Like, you ideally want to use some mages, like, mages and horsemen. Horsemen are especially good because of a 30 speed cap. Yeah, some flyers are nice, right? Forged weapons. Like, it's... You want some guys, like, because dragons are too tough. That's basically it. And do too much damage. Because, like, enemies do crazy damage. Yeah, it's yeah. Enemies just do too much damage in New Mystery at the end game to make generals worth it for like their defense, right? I guess I could put some sprites for like ones that I will like. It's useful to like train a character in to get more defense. You know what I mean? Like you use kind of like in Shadow Dragon, you use the general class to train a character to get more defense, but then you reclass them out of it to like into Draco Knight or something more useful. But like, it's just that's only if you want defense. Like, more combat units that are more useful are probably like you want to use horsemen, you want to use flyers, like, and then that's pretty much it, right? It's kind of like an early mid game crutch that you really need to use because it's really like New Mystery is like a really rough game, especially on hard on Lunatic and higher. Like they're very useful for those early parts, but like beyond that, there's no place for them. I think that's the gist of it. Like very useful for early game, like to get past to get past the tough early game, the early and mid game. But low, but there is no place for them in the end game. Draco Knight is better in every way, in nearly every way. And Draco Knights are still very useful in FP12, in my opinion. Because, like, mobility does matter a lot in that game. But generally, you probably want to be using more, like, there are better classes. Yeah, like, I think there's it's mostly horsemen. I think some berserker, maybe, right? Berserkers are good. Like, what other good classes are there in, like, in FE12? It's been a while since I played it. You want Draco Knights, you want Berserker, you want Horsemen. Mages for, like, Excalibur are nice to kill flyers. I think Falco Knight is actually better, but you have to use the online shop, which I guess you can these days, but because it has, like, 26 speed. Yeah, Paladins, yeah. I don't know about Paladins, though. I think their speed isn't good enough. I think they only have, like, 25 speed. It's a free one at FE12. Like, FE12 Elysian Whip. It's only through the online shop, right? Oh, yeah, I guess you get two. There's one that has hidden treasure and one from a chest, and then there's one in the secret shop, and you can also get them from the online shop. Okay, yeah, I see. I don't know, because, like, I just only the Pegasus trio can use them, right? The female flyers. It's just that when I played, I got all of them killed. So, when I was playing New Mystery, I got all the good units killed. Like I got Pala killed, because recruiting her is actually surprisingly difficult. Heroes, I got like Est. I couldn't get off the ground. I think Catcher got killed. Yeah, Sita. I think I got Sita killed. So what did I? I don't remember. It's been a long time. I don't even remember. I don't remember what my team was. Let me load up my New Mystery video. Excelblem, New FE12. How to beat Fire Emblem in the worst way possible. Yeah, go on. Let me see. Yeah, so I have, that's a lot of generic deaths. What was my team like? Oh yeah, I have my alive counter. So I had for my end game. Oh, I had S, but I had her like as a general and then a Draco Knight. No, then as a yeah. So I had here's my alive counter, which is useful for the purposes of this video. So I had Marth, I had Chris, I had Militia, Marisha. Well, what's her translator name now? Milicia? Marisha. Okay. Like she had like a really weird name in the FP12 translation. We had Barst, who was a berserker. I think Chris, I ended up being a berserker in the end game to take advantage of the high speed. Est was what was Est? We had Est, we had Lind, we had we had Belf. All right, no, not Belf. It was the other one. We had Zane, we had Tiki, we had Merrick. Who else was on my team? Okay. Raiden, right. We had Raiden. Yeah. We had Raiden. Yeah, I had Raiden as a horseman. Then he died. But okay, so Zane. There's the other mage. What was his name? It was like the rival mage. Merrick's rival mage? Arlen? Yeah, I think I used Arlen. I need to make sure his sprite looks right. Yeah, it was Arlen. Yeah, so I think Berserkers are good. It's generally I think it's yeah, just that the class is good early, but just outclassed completely later. Like you never want to stay in it. Like it's just because like the caps are bad and the speed caps matter a lot in FE12. And defense isn't good enough because of like there's like stuff like Glower Tomes, right? Dragons. Dragons like Glower Tomes, like 40 flat damage will just kill anything. Like getting doubled kills you in this game. All right. All right. So that's FE12. Like they have their use, but like they're not bad, but like, they just have no place in the end game, which is like a lot of the difficulty. They help a lot in the early game, but they're not good all throughout. Is Levin Swordmaster good or a meme? I have never really tried it, so I can't say. Even just enemies like Berserkers have 45 plus attack and will double you if you have less than 24 speed. Yeah, that's like really rough. Some like enemy Berserkers have like 50, like 55 attack or something crazy. Like in the very end game, if I recall correctly. The amount of damage enemies do in FE12 was quite a lot. All right, now we can do the next game, which will be Fire Emblem Awakening. What do you guys think about Awakening? I'm pretty sure like so many of you have played Awakening. I think yeah, it's we have Kelem. Is that it? I mean, we have Kelem. Is it just Kelem? Is that it? Kelem and Kajel are the base knights. I mean, I guess, but like, I don't feel like childness really count because they can be anything, right? I mean, maybe if we really want to like consider, maybe like Fred could be a great knight, but he's not really an armor, right? Maybe it'll be funnier to leave kill him off the list. Yeah, like we could kind of adjust the transparency here. Man, I don't have any like. Can I change the alpha value here? Designer. It's not worth the trouble. I think the thing is like armored knights look kind of wonky in Awakening, right? They really do, right? You know what I mean? Like Awakening and Fates have like really like crappy looking armor knights, honestly. Like uh, like the appearance is a downgrade. Useful for pair up or +4 defense on pair up, right? It's like +4 defense like pair up, right? But like why, right? There's no reason to use it over vastly use the class basically ever. I don't think you like for actually fighting. There's just too many better options, right? Pavise, like as a skill, is that a joke? That's a joke, right? Tell me that's a joke. All right. I think it's knights are bad. Armors are bad. Enemies do a lot of damage. And a ton of enemies do magical damage. Just use Nosferatu. Just use a Nosferatu Robin. I think that's the gist of it, right? Why, right? I think we don't even need to like. There's not really much to say. Why? Like, they just don't like their stats. Like FE Awakening is like an infinite stat game. Like FE Awakening is an infinite grind game because of reclasses and second seals, right? So there's no stat advantage of being a knight, and even then, it's not. It's not. It's even then. It's not. Defense isn't even that good. They're just not. They're just not good in this game. They don't even look that good in this game, honestly. Awakening armors are a downgrade from previous armor looks. Like I think it's just because they have this this wonky these mega pauldrons, right? I don't. How do I describe it? Like, why do it looks like they're like a frilled lizard. Like, this is like what they have these neck flaps like a frilled lizard that makes them look really really wonky in Awakening, and I don't like it. That's basically why I don't like Armor Knights. They don't look good. Largest Deal Guard? Yeah, that's also an option. Hunchback looking ass, yeah. I mean, at least it's better than the Cavaliers who have toilet bowl armor, but I mean, come on. Don't insult lizards. They are just trying to look cute. Yeah, but like I don't know. They're bad. They're bad. How are the votes looking? I feel like I don't know. I feel like I should have more to say because Awakening, but granted, Awakening gameplay wise, I don't feel like there's that much to say. Do you know what I mean? There's just no reason to use them. The real talk starts with Fates. Yeah, there's a lot to talk about with Fates. This is gonna be a short one, yeah. So yeah. All right. So now I guess here's the real meat and potatoes of today's stream, which is Fire Emblem Fates. So I guess there's a couple of things in Fates because there's Conquest and Birthright and Revelation. Should we talk about them separately? Do we talk about them separately? Or do we talk about them together? I feel like it's kind of like what I mean. I guess Birthright doesn't really have armors because you play with the Japanese classes, right? And then Revelation, you just it has its own things, right? But so basically, we're just talking about Conquest, I think, right? So I guess first, let's start with let's start with Conquest, and then we can talk about the others individually in short later, because I feel like the games are different enough that we have to break them down individually. I feel like that's like the campaigns are so different that we have to talk about them separately. But it's basically mostly Conquest, right? So we have Effie, we have Benny, we have Hepto. uh, who else? Who else have we got? Ignatius? Is that Benny's son? I mean, I guess like there are other units that also have like crazy high defense, like Xander, but he's not really doesn't really. He's a paladin, doesn't really count, and he's like a cav. Hepto. There's Hepto. the generic and hairy are. So I think it's so I think we can start from the top. So I think they're they have a place, but they're not overwhelming, right? Like armors have a place, but they're not overwhelmingly strong. Like they don't beat they have a role in your army. Like wary fighter prevents enemy doubling goes a long way to make them very viable and survivable. But then like the problem is like that juggernauting does not work in this game because of inevitable end. So then that's if you can't juggernaut, you can't and too many maps in Conquest are dynamic and movement based. So generals like are a bit lacking in terms of that. Like generals like armors will be more limited, but they still have a role, right? Big defense still matters a lot. You can use it to skip maps, right? But like armors can like straight up skip maps. You can like skip like the Kitsune map, the ninja map. You can skip the stairs map, right? Those are all like really hard maps that you can kind of just skip if you have enough, right? Like pair up does help a lot, yeah. I think so I guess like the only maps where Juggernaut doesn't work is chapter 10 and Endgame. Chapter 26 is really tough to do without you can't Juggernaut that one. The one with like all the entrap stabs and the that one chapter 26 is always pretty tough, I think. There's a ton of mages there too. That's not like a map you can just cheese easily. You have to have some sort of like offense. You can kind of crawl around the side, and then you can try to rescue Skip to kill Iago, but it's pretty complicated, I think. I think specifically like the defense is really good. Defense is really good and not really common, not unique to armors, but wary fighter is unique and useful. So like Xander can do this role with his crazy defense, right? You don't need the armor to have the crazy defense, but you do need the armor to have the wary fighter. Like Xander's speed also isn't that great. Like brave weapons go a long way for one rounding. Like Effie with the brave lance is quite good. She also has like all of her plus damage abilities. Am I gonna do one of these videos for every class? Possibly, yeah. This is something we could do if you guys are interested. So you really want to use General when Wyvern Lord exists. I mean, the General does have a lot more defense than Wyvern Lord. And Wary Fighter does exist. So units that don't have high speed can use it to compensate for low speed. So like Generals actually they actually have a role in Conquest, surprisingly, because they have unique mechanics, right? Like they actually had like Wary Fighter. Wary Fighter than reclass, but like if you're already like, it's very hard to jump between classes to get skills. And whether or not you can become a Wyvern Lord is also a question, because it's not easy. Like, class restrictions, right? Like, class restrictions mean that like jumping classes is not easy. You can't. Not everyone can be a Wyvern Lord. Not everyone can be a general. Not everyone can get like enough XP to like get all the skills in time. So yeah, bows are scary in Fates. Like, generals, I think they're good. They're not. They don't beat the game, but they have like a big role. Natural cover is actually nuts. Yeah, all like the damage stacking and damage reduction stacking, all of that goes a long way. So I think I wager to say that they're pretty good. They're pretty good. Like dual guard, like wary fighter is a unique mechanic. Like, dual guard can help them fight against threats. It's I feel like some maps they're just excellent. They're just not really good against the final boss, which is like fine, but like they're really good like all the way up until then, right? I think it's like, yeah, like Effie is good because like her personal skill and strength, like let her one shot things. Like, Effie is good because she has crazy strength. Like, Benny is like, I've never tried using Benny. The generics are good if you have infinite stat boosters, but don't worry about that. Like, their stat caps are fine, but like they're like, I feel like Fates had like the best balancing for armors, because in all the previous games, right, they're either like incredibly bad, like they're basically like they're bad or not useful or like not different from other units, right? Like in FE1 like FE1 through 3, they're just like, yeah. Okay, let's start from FE4 because these are the ones I actually play. FE4 useless. FE5 they're filler. They're not really different from other units. FE6 useless. FE7 Oswin's good. FE8 they're not different from other units. FE9 I guess they're kind of good, but like mostly just because, yeah. FE10 they're like kind of okay. FE11 they're overpowered. FE12 I guess they're early game crutch. FE Awakening they basically don't exist. Conquest has like, they're either like, Conquest is like the first game that really gives armors like an identity because of having a unique mechanic. Otherwise in the games, like, they're just like stat blocks and they just aren't necessarily that good, right? So Conquest like really like, it really they really I think it's the most interesting like iteration of armors like ever, like, in the entire series. I think if like Conquest does armors the best, like in having like a unique identity and actually being useful without literally in being the entire game. Yeah, I think I really like armors and fates. Effective and inevitable end and effective weapons ruin armors and fates. They don't. I guess they make them a lot worse, but inevitable end will kill anyone. Like, right, inevitable end doesn't just screw over armors; it screws over everybody because you don't have a restore staff, right? If any unit that gets hit with like with like two, like if you get hit by like two enfeebles, you're useless now. But right, no matter who you are, if you get hit by two enfeebles, you're not having a good time. Enfeeble and like inevitable end, it wrecks everyone. It doesn't wreck just armors, but I guess it stops armors even harder because you would want to like use them more, right? And they might take more hits and thus take more debuffs. But inevitable end and debuffs, they screw everyone over. Like that, it's like such a core part of like endgame that like where you really have to hurry before like and be careful so you don't get like debuffed into death. I think that's the gist of it, right? Armors are the only ones who can take multiple hits from debuffers. Oh yeah, also like I remember right, like armors are also the most likely to resist debuffs from like ninjas. That's the thing because if you take 0 damage from a ninja, they do not debuff you. That's why Xander like no if you don't take a hit from a ninja, like if the ninja does not attack you, you do not take the debuff. And if you kill them, right? So that's why Xander works really well in that ninja map because he has so much defense that the enemies will not attack you. And if they don't attack you, then they can't debuff you. So then armors actually work surprisingly well, like a bit better against debuffs than most do. With neutral and ninjas don't care, they still attack. I guess that's true, but like I think I'm just thinking about like the ninja map in chapter 17. Like in some cases, like you can work well against debuffs, but like they will still kill you in like later chapters. That is true. That is true. As for Ignatius, I've never used him. But like I feel like if you probably might want to like yeah. You only hit poison strike, but they still won't attack if they do 0 damage, at least in chapter 17. All right. So okay. I guess now I think that's pretty much it for Fates, right? I think we've touched on a lot of the topics. Is there anything I missed that haven't talked about? Like there's like a lot of maps where they're really good. And like those are hard maps otherwise if you don't have like a way to like deal with it, right? Lake Keep Generals are fun to capture. Yeah. Actually, Lake Keep Generals can be surprisingly useful because in Conquest, like a lot of units just like have a hard time surviving, but like a captured general, they can like do a job, right? Lances is good against mages. Yeah. Actually, lance armors can be like surprisingly good against mages because you have plus accuracy, so you just like brave lance them and then you kill them, right? It's like brave lance against a mage with a armor. You have weapon triangle advantage, so you just murder them instantly. Like I think a lot of the reason why generals are kind of good in Conquest is because of brave lance and Effie. I guess it's mostly Effie. It's mostly Effie because of Effie's overwhelmingly high strength, so she can just one-shot units. All right, next up is Fire Emblem Fates Birthright, which is like the same game. I guess first I should screenshot the 86% people have played Conquest. I mean Fates. I guess like so Birthright is like you get no armor knights. You don't get armor knights. Corrin as an armor knight is possible, but what the fuck are you what the fuck? Why would you ever do that? Corrin as the armor knight? That's ridiculous. That's stupid. That's so stupid. But like you can sweep the game. Like the game's sweepable with the variety of combinations. I don't know. It's like I don't know. You can what other armor options are there? Like a ring is I think Oni Savage is more like a fighter, right? Like what? Like they use clubs, right? What's the armor equivalent? Like what's the Hoshido equivalent for armor? Silas Grey Knight, I guess. Capture enemy generals, I guess. Oboro, Spearmaster. I feel like that's like lance infantry, like Spearmaster, like Spearmaster. Oboro is like armor equivalent, but like they don't wear armor. Oni Savage, but they use axes, I guess. Blacksmith. I don't know. They don't really. But like it's not really the same. Like they don't have armor weakness, right? Guard Naginata, I guess. I don't know. It's kind of hard to say. Maybe Oni Savage Chieftain. Scarlet can reclass into armor? Why the hell would you just reclass Scarlet into armor? There are no armor classified classes in Birthright. Yeah. Like none have armor weakness. But like I guess that's the equivalent. So like I mean, they don't exist. They don't really exist. Is this like the first Fire Emblem game that does not have like actual armors? That's crazy. Like they basically don't exist. They're like Bigfoot, right? Is it just because like Hoshido doesn't have like good metal like from their iron sand? I guess that's technically true. Yeah, I guess that's probably why there's no like armor units in Hoshido, because it's based on Japan, and historically Japanese warriors have not worn heavy metal armor because metallurgy in Japan is difficult because most metal is not suitable for it, and it's expensive. That's why you have katanas folded over 1,000 times, because their metallurgy was limited because of their iron sources, which is why they don't have armor. So I guess because Fates is like the like Europe, like the Weeaboo versus Westaboo game, right? It's like, I guess it makes sense that Hoshido has no armors, right? No armor folded over 1,000. Okay, so Hoshido is iron poor, is has bad iron, just like Japan. That's basically it, right? Nihon Steel folded over 1,000 times. Samurais wore a lot of armor, but not like full plate. Yeah, but like when we think of knight, like in Fire Emblem, we think of a guy in full plate. Like samurai did wear armor, but they didn't wear like a solid metal plate, which is what we like. That is the indicator of an armor. Iron deficiency. Does Birthright even have armor effective weapons? I think you get a hammer. I mean, you fight enemy armors a lot. I think FE10 weapon, like FE Fates weapons. Don't those clowns use copper weapons, bronze? No, no, they have brass. They have used brass. Wait, Pete, brass? Brass isn't like a suitable for like fighting. Okay, the Sting Shuriken. You do. I think you do get a hammer because you do get to use. You can find Nor weapons in Birthright. Like you still get it. You still get it. It's a Norian weapon, but you can get it. Like kind of like how in Conquest you get the dual club, which is a Hoshido weapon, right? So yeah, I think the only effective weapon they have is the Pike Ruin Club, which is good against lances. Yeah, they don't have like a anti armor. They don't have an anti armor weapon. All their effective weapons are against weapon types. Like they have like the axe splitter, the Pike Ruin Club, the sword catcher. I guess there's a Sting Shuriken, but it's not very, doesn't really count. I think Yumi. They have the Spellbane Yumi. Oh, that's a my castle item. Dragon Spear is good against dragons. Yeah. Yeah, Hoshido's Reaper weapons, Norga's anti-unit class. Yeah. Makes sense. An armor sleeper. Oh yeah. I think you get it from somewhere. Yeah. But like I think the main way you deal with them is just by like using Korra or mages, right? I don't know. I've never really like played Birthright properly. I kind of just like steamrolled through it because I was bored with like generics. Like my only, I think on stream, like I played it like with like I first like I just like rolled through it, and then I did a KMU, right? Which was like, yeah. All right. Next. Okay, we have Fire Emblem Fates Revelation. We're still talking about Fates. Let me get the FE Revelation box art. There's was no like official Revelation box art, but I guess there's like fan made box art, right? No, there's one. Like someone made one, but it's not like real, right? We just have like this CG of like from like the special edition. FE Fates special edition. Yeah, I think. Let me. There we go. Revelation. Yeah, there's a special edition box. So I think Revelation. I don't remember ever using armors, right? They're not that good. I think, right? The problem with Revelation crosses arms on my Ransona is that you could just use Xander, you can just use Ryoma, you can just spam the Royals, and you're probably fine. There's just like all the armors like Effie and Benny, right? The same ones. Those are the only ones you get. Like Effie and Benny like join like at bad times and aren't good when they arrive. They're just not good anymore, right? Or like Royals are just better. Like Xander has more defense and a good perf. You get too many weapons. Like, too many other good units. Right? There's no reason. There's just and like map wise, there's not that much advantage to using them. Like there's most maps in Revelation are like weird. Like there's a lot of weird like elevator maps, and I feel like generals lack the they lack the oomph. You know what I mean? Like because of their like availability problems and the map like gimmick specificity. You know what I mean? Like if you're playing like that elevator map where you fight Sumeragi, you need like 6 units in that elevator that can survive. So you don't really want a general, right? Reclass Scarlet into a general for a funnier death scene? Ridiculous. Yeah, they just don't do as much here because the map they're not good for the maps because like they just can't fight as well, right? Do you know what I mean? Am I wrong? Like I guess they can be kind of okay for like it can be okay for like walling cheese strats, right? Because like in Revelation you can get Festos, so you can infinitely heal these guys really safely. Like Parabots, more defense is always nice, right? I'm just trying to like rationalize any reasons to use these guys, but like there's not much. Like there's just not much reason, right, to use them compared to like just all the other better units you can get. Am I wrong? It's like I just feel like I can't find a reason to use any of them in Revelation. Great Knight Effie is a sweeper, I guess, but like they just come at an awkward time and these aren't useful early because you don't get them early. Like Revelation early is a bit of a mess, yeah. It's like Effie Revelation. Like it's just hard to find a reason to use them. I feel like that's it, right? There's like bad availability. Like just like Royals exist with better defense, like Xander, right? Like if you need one guy to block a space, you can use Xander, right? He'll be fine. The end, he'll do more damage because he has 1-2 range, and then, right? you had to go through a lot of effort to like get Effie up to speed before like Xander just joins, right? Like at least in Conquest, Effie is useful for a long time before Xander joins. Yeah, I think that's pretty much Fates. We talked about it for a bit longer than the others. I think 25 minutes. Okay, that's lengthy. All right. Any final thoughts? I think this is pretty much it, right? Effie and Rev joins 7 chapters later with like plus only like 1 more stat. A pair of 7 armor is worth it? Yes. It's a lot of defense. I think Like general pair up, like 5 defense, 3 strength, that's worth it. But like more realistically, you might also want like strength speed pair up. I guess it's useful. Like they're useful for pair ups, but you don't want to fight with them, I feel like. Because pair up bots in Conquest, like you don't they can be fine. They're perfectly serviceable as like a pair up bot. Let me take a screenshot of the poll again to make just to update the numbers. All right. It also serves as like a rough time indicator for how long I talked about each of them. All right. I think there's backpacks in Rev, right? Normally you probably would prefer to get like a Berserker pair up because 5 strength and speed is probably better. All right. Next up, we have Shadows of Valentia. So yeah, let's put up a poll. Have you played Fire Emblem Shadows of Valentia? I think it's pretty easy to say that they fucking suck, bro. Like I mean, come on, come on, man. It's so obvious they suck so bad. Everything's better. Literally everything's better. Like there's no reason. They're so bad. They're so bad. Like every other class is better. I think. There's like they suck. They really suck. Like bro, like in a game where so many classes have crazy gimmicks, right? Like archers have crazy range, right? Like mages, obviously, like calves have great movement, like dread fighters have insane res, right? So what else is there, right? Like cavaliers like move far, mages good, Pegasus knights +10 like +10 flat damage. What the fuck? Right? Like in a world where literally every other class has crazy benefits, like knights exist, like armors exist. I feel like that's it, right? The thing about armors in Shadows of Valentia is that they're like the only non-gimmick class, like +10 bonus damage versus terrors, right? That's like basically all of the like half the enemies, right? It's right. They're just bad. I mean, like they're probably serviceable, I guess, but like they're just not. I feel like they're lacking, right? I haven't finished Echoes. Personally, but I feel like they're just not good. So, what other armors are there? There's Lucas. There's Valbar. Who else exists? Who else exists? Forsyth. Who the fuck is that? All right. Yeah, it's rough. It's rough, man. It's a rough road out here. Like they just also minimum 1 damage taken isn't great. Python's buddy. Okay. Foresight has good res. Interesting. And Cliff? You haven't finished remaining games, so you don't want to be spoiled? It was a fun stream? Yeah. Thanks for coming. I really like the turnout for these streams. I think there's like a lot to say, a lot to do. And like I feel like there's not really I can't get the same depth of coverage or discussion as they will with the video, and not nearly as easily. Clive. I mean, Clive is a Cav though, right? Cavaliers. Now I think about it, Cavaliers aren't that good either. Cavaliers. Yeah. Now that I think about it, I'm trying to think about a good Cavalier in Echoes, and I can't think of one. Really? Like Echoes, like Echoes Cavaliers? Clive is kind of, I don't know. I remember that one meme where someone's like Clive was very human, as if that was like a positive character trait. But just Matilda? Cavaliers? I don't know. I feel like just that like why? Armors they just aren't good. They don't like I feel like it just depends on what you fight, right? I don't think they're good. I think they're just bad. Like, is there any argument against them being bad? Change my mind. I need to hear some dissenting opinions so I know I'm not crazy. Echo in the Cavs, you felt like they lack something. Echoes, I guess it's mainly they have good movement, but they don't have like good like weapon arts, right? Like bow archers and good weapon arts, right? They have the killer bow, right? Like archers are good because of the weapon arts. Mages can do like crazy effective damage with Seraphim, right? They can also warp, like and other stuff, right? They can heal. They can summon things. Pegasus Knights, they just have a ton of damage for free, just by existing, and they're also flyings because they can move, right? Barons have high bases. Dread fighters can actually fight mages well in a game where there's a lot of mages, right? And like knights, like what do they have? Barons can hurl their shields. They just yeah. I think yeah, there's just not much to say. Like Fe Echoes SOV armors just lack things. They just lack. They lack like. I think I don't think armors even have like good weapon arts either. Like good. They lack an overpowered gimmick that many other classes have, right? Like it's just that it's like, yeah, they just exist, right? Then they continue existing, and then they take 1 damage per hit, and they still get chipped down. Armors drain mage HP. So true. The enemies use 1 damage from using fire or something. Everyone can use a shield. Yeah, I guess you could slap a Drago shield on them, but you can use that on anyone. Like I think defense isn't even that good because like defense isn't that good because like this is the game that spams enemy mages, right? Like this is like the like one of the games that just throws mages at you, like witches and other shit. It depends on the route, but like, right? You fight mages, you fight necro dragons. You just you just like it's not as good. Also, I think the other thing is that that like every single map is a flat plane, so there's no choke points. There's no real like choke points. Not nearly as many choke points to actually exploit, right? So that the terrain is also not favorable. Like every single map in Echoes is like it's very faithful to the source material
which is why it's bad because it sucked in the source material too, right? Like if the same you have 7 boat maps in a row. Come on, and they're all the same boat. So this isn't a game where choke pointing or tanking or like holding a point really matters. You know what I mean? So armors like just lack the role that they might have in other games. Also, maps big. And also, like, even then, like, the other thing is that even holding a choke point doesn't keep you safe because enemies also have archers and they can shoot over your guys. So body blocking also isn't as good, right? It doesn't like if so. Yeah. In short, it's like they have it rough, right? They have it rough, like too big and open to really use them like for blocking choke points. All right, that's SOV. I think is there anything I'm missing? Because I feel like I haven't played SOV as much as the other games, so I want to like know if there's anything like if I have like a wrong take here, right? But deploy lets them do something useful generally, I guess. But even if you forward deploy, I feel like they're always like lagging behind because like the maps are so big, right? I guess you have warp, but they're not like especially like armors aren't even especially good at combat, right? They're not even especially good at like hitting things, which is like, I mean, come on, man. If they can't hit things, then you can warp someone else. All right, like if you played SOV and made everyone into knights, you would have a very hard time, I think. Let's move these guys over so I can put this here. All right, next up is Fire Emblem, 3 houses. So the armor knights that you get are like, I mean, no natural armor knights because like of this games. I guess there's a Gilbert, but like, I mean, come on, like this is a reclassing game. Nobody becomes an armor without your consent, except like me, like unless except Gilbert. Like who else is there? The Do, but he like you don't have to make the Do into an armor. You can make him to like a fighter, right? He's not really an armor. Like is who's the guy? Who's like the guy who makes bad puns? Edelgard? FE10 FE3 houses. She's like an armored lord. Aloe. Yeah, is he an armor? He's a warrior. He's not an armor. So like doesn't really count. Like armored lord doesn't really count. So knights, what do you even do with knights, right? Like FE3 houses knight. It's like you go through the class, right? But what do you get from it? It's like weight -3. I guess that can be useful, I guess, but you don't stay in that class. You know, you get armor blow is bad. I guess like base defenses, base defense from promoting into like, from into this, but like why? It's not a class you like want to end up in. Just become a wyvern, right? Like it's I feel like it's just like a waste to tech into this. If you get it early, it's kind of good and early. Like maybe I don't know. I feel like you have so many other better options. Like maybe useful in early game, but like, but come on, if you can spend the same amount of effort just to get more levels. Guard adjutants useful for grinding. He's like you could just use because you just get a wyvern, man. I mean, come on. You don't want to level with skill. Wait, what? Where is weight minus? I guess that's like. I guess that's for leveling up armors as a skill, not as a class, right? You don't get it. You don't have to become an armor knight class to use the armor knight skill. So it doesn't really count, right? It's like it's different, right? So let me look at the class list again. So you have Noble, Commodore, Dancer, Mirage. Like it's not like a beginner class. You have an intermediate class as Arbor Knight. But like you don't really get much of a benefit from it. And as an advanced class, Fortress Knight, and there's no like master class for it. There's Great Knight, but that's not really a knight. You know what I mean? There's no general. Like Fortress Knight, you get like weight -5. I don't know. But then the problem is like there's no master class for this. So like come on. I forgot the Poe. Oh yeah, oh shit. You're right. Sorry, I'm moving through a bunch of stuff. Realistic. So like I mean the stat caps are like whatever, right? It's not a matter of having stat caps in 3 houses because you can get a million stats, you can level 99, right? But you can do that no matter what class you like, but it's easier in like in white mage, obviously, or using white magic. But knight wise, like I there's no reason to become a knight, right? Yeah, but why, right? The question is like why? Like you get nothing from it. You just get nothing from it at all. Like what's the other skill you got from Fortress Knight? Like Axe Fair? Huh? There's just no benefit in this game for becoming an armor. You can just have a strength stat. I mean that's also true. I mean I'm not disagreeing. Axer, which is not unique to them. But Vice is not a benefit. never like that's like come on, man. You're not benefiting from having Axe Fair. Guard adjutants are good. Maybe I don't know. It's like useful for guard adjutants. It's like I don't know. Like, I feel like the 3 houses meta is like you could just it's not a hard game. You just find some way to get a million stats and then you kill everything. And Armor Knight is often not like a path to that, right? Brawlers are better guard adjutants. I think so. Yeah, I mean brawlers also just like fist weapons are nice in general. I think. Byleth heavy armor trained to recruit Ferdinand Van Eyre. Yeah, but you don't have to be a knight for that. You don't have to be an armor knight for that. It's like the game itself. Like I mean, class diversity is like lacking in 3 houses anyway. In terms of having like of yeah IDK. I don't know. It's like there's just no reason to be an armor. No reason to be an armor, and no master variant. That's pretty much it, right? I think it's pretty conclusive there. 3 houses isn't the game we play for the gameplay these days. Be armor to recruit Ferdinand von Eyre. All right, I'm gonna leave up the poll for 3 houses a bit longer. Or we could just be a girl. That's how you recruit Sylvain though. Not you don't get Ferdinand just right. Yeah, I think that's Sylvain. Yeah. if you want to use armor 3 houses, would be a good game for moving them around because of strat and free warps. Yeah, but like armors don't have like armors don't really have a stat advantage, right? Maybe like higher base defense, but like the base defense is too low. Is a bit low, and it doesn't matter. I feel like I don't know. I feel like base defense isn't nearly as important in 3 houses. Warp strats still want high move. Yeah, I think warp strats also want like good combat and ability to one round, and general doesn't really provide that specifically in any way. I think they're solid for having someone that can take multiple hits without dying. Yeah, but like you don't need to be an armor to do that. Like being an armor doesn't actually afford you that many defensive advantages in 3 houses, I think, right? You could have like a similarly strong physical unit as like a wyvern. Like if you take someone who is an armor and you class them into wyvern, their stats won't be that much different. Especially in the late game where like overwhelmingly the amount of your stats are more dictated by your growths and like and the amount of like the amount of like stat boosters you give to a character compared to their being in like a knight, right? I mean, granted, like 3 houses ending game just like warp, skip, warp, skip, warp, skip, stride, stride, stride. Anyway, so like, what's even the point? You want 10 kills with the 1 damage gambit? Yeah, there's like also it's impenetrable wall, right? Like defense, like other defense options, like gambits like can be done like independently, right? Of armors. Or is impenetrable wall? Does that require an armor? Is that like an armor battalion? I guess like are there any armor specific gambits? Or can you use that with anyone? So it's Empire Armor Company. Oh, you have to use with armored. I guess but then the armor uses it, right? Oh, just a ground battalion. Oh, right, yeah. I guess it doesn't matter like flying and non-flying. That's the only like ones that actually is right, because I remember that like flying, some battalions have to be used with some other class types, right? Am I like completely wrong here, or am I missing something? Because I remember there being a thing, right? I don't know. It's been a while since I played 3 houses. They're almost class lock. It's only flying or non-flying. Okay, so I'm not crazy. So it's only flying, non-flying, right? Because that's what I was thinking about, and I thought it also applied to other classes, but like I never really thought too hard about it. So yeah, impenetrable wall, like impenetrable wall can be done independently of armors. Like so, like you don't need an armor to use it. So they don't have like that mechanical uniqueness. Only separation is flying or grounded. Okay, yeah, that's what I was thinking about. I had it wrong then. Yeah. All right, I think that's probably about it for 3 houses. When you can actually see the gamut? Pretty late. I don't remember when, but it's quite late. Is it late? I didn't even use it when I had it, right? Empire Armored Co. I think it might be part 2. So you get it, chapter 3. You get it very early, huh? You can get it as early as chapter 3? Wow, huh? So impregnable wall. What does that do again? Yeah. All right, next up. Let's talk about Fire Emblem Engage. Man, this stream has definitely gone on a lot longer than I thought. I think it's like Emperor. Like I think you can get them all pretty early. Okay, I think so. Like the natural, like this is a reclassing game, obviously. Like I guess we can talk about the starting armors, right? There's Louis. I need to get a bigger portrait. There's Louis. There's Gold. Not Gold Mary. Like who else is the armor? Like Fe Engage armors. Oh, hey, super chat. Vanguard Commander with a $5 super chat. Dang, you missed most of the stream. Sorry to hear that, but I'm happy you tuned in. I think Jade, yeah, Jade's bad. Jade. So we have Jade and we have Louis. So I think armors are good in Engage, but they don't have to stay armors, right? I think early on, early armors are good. Madeline, but they don't, it doesn't count, right? DLC. Saphir's a warrior. Like early on, like armors are good, but like you must like keep them like on pace to have enough defense, right? If they're if they're slightly under leveled, you're gonna have a problem, right? Like this is like still a game where like excessive defense can be incredibly useful. Jade bad though, yeah. Axes are too inaccurate. She's like too inaccurate. Like an early forge like Silver Great Lance can go a long way. Like break resistance is slightly useful, right? But at the same time, it's very useful if you can't get enough defense. But like having more defense than enemies have attack also gives break resistance, right? Like 0 damage hits can't break. So I think Louis and other units can be very strong just because this is a game where like they can become very strong, right? There are ways to yeah. To watch a stream on Vanguard Commander with another $5 super chat. To watch a stream on my favorite class next to Great Knight was not on your bucket list. Yeah, I think I wasn't expecting to just stream this, but I think there's a lot of interesting stuff to talk about, and I think it's a cool format, right? So I think Louis is really good, right? Oh, Sparky Pixel with another $5 super chat. I would say is the best class for Amber in your opinion. Really? I feel like I've tried Amber Knight before, but I don't feel like he's very good in it. I feel like you don't want to reclass units into armor a lot because it's granted you also really have to like invest, right? Armor it's not a low investment class in Engage. The thing is like it's that like there are many ways, like there's many ways to compensate for like low speed, right? Like basic like you can engage with like Sigurd, right? Like engage attacks, etc., right? That can guarantee a hit, right? Like forges, like engraves, compensate for low accuracy. Like they have like a unique role because like having a guy just like block a tile is surprisingly useful in Engage in some maps, right? Like right? And like having high strength, right, can like synergize well with Engage attacks, right? Louis Sigurd is a staple of my Engage playthroughs, right? Like movement can be compensated with Sigurd, right? It's the only problem is that General is like Great Knight just better than General most of the time, right? So like going Great Knight, like Great Knight. The problem is like Great Knight is better than General in general. Like break resistance is a bit pointless once your like defense like starts like approaching cap. Because like the main feature of armor knights is that they can't be broken, which can't be is very useful early, right? For sure, but you don't need that anymore later because he also resists break if you take 0 damage, right? Break resistance matters. You never take 0 in endgame. I guess like the other thing in endgame is that like if you're getting broken, it doesn't matter because you don't really care necessarily about enemy phasing, right? Like engage is like being broken isn't that bad because it doesn't kill you faster, right? That's the thing, right? Like it's like enemy phasing in engage is like what is reckless. That's the best way to put it. Trying to enemy phase and engage without like knowing you're invincible is extremely reckless. You enemy like engage is so highly player phase focused that like that being broken is a minimal concern. The thing about break is that it's useful for the player slightly to like not take damage when you go player phase, but when the enemy breaks you, it doesn't really matter because you really should not be expecting to do that much damage in enemy phase unless you're going to kill them all anyway, right? Like Louis is useful because he can just one shot people if you pump him enough, but like you don't need to have him one shot people on enemy phase, right? Because you're not enemy phasing. If there's more than like a few guys hitting you on enemy phase, then there's a problem. And break doesn't actually kill you fast, right? Like the enemies, like if you're playing properly in a gauge, the enemy should basically never be able to attack you effectively. You should be able to. You should be freezing every enemy that could touch you. You should be using Fire Dragon Wing to block them. You should be using Dreadful Aura to stop them. You should be like using Bonded Shield to block them, or like or you should be using you should be using like uh you should be using your your arts units to chain guard for them, right? You should be using obstruct to block units. Like in engage, you really do not want to be taking enemy phase hits. Sometimes like I think the other thing is like choke point blocking is very useful. Like a survivable unit is like key to like surviving some enemy phases. I feel like that's really important. Like you can get by with Fire Dragon Mates a lot, but you really can just block things with like engage is a game where blocking things is quite valuable. Like having like Louis sit like for instance like on the boat map, right? Not the boat map, like on in the Dead Town map, you can just sit Louis at the boat entrance and farm all of the enemies, right? There's a lot of it is not an uncommon occurrence, right? Like it's just that like yeah, I think it's like there's a row like they can be useful, right? But and mainly because of like engraves and stuff, they're a bit lacking in the no Somnio run because no engraves means that their hit rate is bad. But like if you can like yeah, like forges can like they can be useful, but if trained, right? Like they're like Louis in particular, like high damage, like a silver great lance, one shotting things, right? It works out, yeah. I think being chain attacked isn't really that big of a deal because like most of the time you should be able to avoid it. Unless like you're trying to solo the map. Can you say they're bad? They're only bad in the gimmick run like No Somnio? They're still quite good in the No Somnio run. They're just not endgame viable. Like you're not doing much with it in the end game, like super end game. But until then, it's still pretty good. Yeah, like, I think like high defense works like it does a lot for a lot of the game. Like engraves and forges like patch up like damage and accuracy issues. Like if trained and invested, right? They have a role, right? I think that's pretty much it. Like they can be good, but you have to really work for it a little. Like there is no other like class in the game that really replaces the niche of having 50 defense. Like no other class really like gets 50 defense. That's pretty much it, right? Like the reason you use Louis is not necessarily because of an armor, but he is an armor. You use him because he has 50 defense, right? Armors, you know how to try to punch through things, bro. Like use a silver great lance with 32 might, right? It's you don't use them to fight armors. You use them to instantly kill like other enemies. Oh, hey, another super chat. Nice. From Vanguard Commander. Break defense and hit +10 for Great Knights and Armor Knights. For Great Knight, you would buy axe and spear crit weapons and great weapons. You can give them Elden that gives them sword coverage. Yeah, that could be useful. I don't think sword coverage is that important though. I think you really can just get by just by using Silver Great Lance, and maybe like Divine Pulse is like a skill that's super useful and only 500 SP. Divine Pulse is nice. Hit +25 is nice. Canto was nice. Yeah. Louis falls off. Honestly, it depends, right? I think Engage. I think it's solved enough to be still like a lot is viable at the end game. Generals is still not the best class. I agree, right? Some classes are just good, like Wyvern for sure, Warrior for sure, but General is still useful in like non-optimized runs because like the optimized run, I think, doesn't need nearly nothing. I think, right? A lot can be like you can, yeah, but that Wyvern and like Warrior are only like really good, mainly in certain circumstances, mainly because they don't need extra stuff, like from the Somnial. But like Generals and Great Knights can do a lot more with their weaknesses patched up by like the +40 hit engrave, right? Yeah, they're very easy to use. Like it helps a lot on surviving enemy phases, and that's like why I value Generals because like it's the thing about a General is that they're really good if you want like a piece of terrain. And obstruct kind of uses that, but obstruct can be broken. It's unreliable. But like if you want to block an enemy and engage, the enemy movement is low enough that you really can block enemies from hitting your other units by body blocking, right? It's like body blocking like really helps you survive enemy phases. I think like that's the big thing because like surviving enemy phases is really kind of tough in Engage because you either have to kill everyone and maybe leave only a few people left, or kill most of them and then try to block off the rest of them using your linchpin units. Yeah, I think they're good in Engage. They have to be trained, but that's the case for every character in Engage, right? A Wyvern Lord, a Wyvern Knight with like a Wyvern with no stats is not good. A Warrior with no stats is not good. But like it's you can kind of like keep everyone on pace, I feel, right? There's no way putting that effort into avoiding getting doubled is better than just putting speed into doubling. Like, you don't need to not get doubled. It's okay to be doubled as a general, right? You just don't want to be hit with magic. There are a lot of magic enemies, but like you can also one shot them, right? You can one shot them for free with override. You can one shot them for like with you can take one hit and then one shot them with the silver great lance, right? They're like they're just like yeah. I think it's yeah, like they're like a linchpin unit like that helps compensate for other weaknesses in your formations. I really like Armor Knights like for that reason, and like I like the games where that ends up mattering, right? Like in Engage, in Conquest, in New Mystery, or like having to survive the enemy phase. I think is like these strong defense units end up mattering a lot. All right, that's all of the official Fire Emblem games, I think. Is there anything else I haven't covered? I think we talked about all the actual games, huh? What's your opinion on giving Ike to in general as opposed to like doing Benet Crit Wrath build? I think Ike is wasted on a general because they generally shouldn't be taking that much damage anyway, and having like physical damage is okay, but like, what's the point in having magical damage? You're still gonna die, right? I don't know. It really depends on the circumstance. I don't like the Ike emblem nearly as much as the others because the thing about the Ike emblem is that it doesn't give you like a proactive offensive benefit, right? It doesn't like Great Ether doesn't actually kill things on your turn. And using it to bait enemies in is like that basically requires the use of like either like literal like future seeing like from your third eye or by using the time crystal. Yeah, all right. Next up. This is gonna be we have Fire Emblem Heroes. What do you guys think of armors of Fire Emblem Heroes? I guess we can start from like or like it depends on the year, right? Like early like in 2017, right? Armors have high BST for arena scoring. Yo, Hector is so good. Hector, right? Hector beats Robin and Takumi. You know the premier units around, right? The ones that everyone rose for. Everyone rose for their 5-star Takumi. Everyone rose for their 5-star Robin, right? I don't remember. Like I don't. And then like I don't know. I don't. I have a huge gaps in my memory here. Um, Fallen Edelgard. That she was like a terror for for a while, right? Yeah. I think everyone's here has played Fire Emblem Engage. Like, so let's. Are you still playing Fire Emblem Engage? Yes. No. Like, dropped it or never started. Here's a unique poll here. Winter Edelgard exists. Every year, armors get like I guess there's all like the save skills that were like a thing, and people were annoyed by that. Save skills, heroes. Oh, yeah, I need to make a new post. Sorry. Rip the armor knights units in the meta. Now it's all ranged calves. Oh man. Wait. Are you still playing Fire Emblem Heroes? Yes. No. Drop. I fucked up the poll again. Shit. Sorry. I need some. I don't have the right options there. Sorry. Are you still playing Fire Emblem Heroes? Yes. No. Yes. Dropped it. I never started. Sorry. Let me get through the super chats. Okay, so Ace of Spades base. Rep armor units in the meta. Now it's all ranged calves. Yeah. There was a whole period where like, Reinhardt, Brave Lynn were all the rage. Vanguard the $2 super chat. 1,175 hours still playing once in a while. Is there like a way to track a Fire Emblem Heroes hours? I know I really grinded it back in the day because I wanted to get like high arena scores for some reason. Yeah. Sorry, yeah. Yeah, most people in this chat have dropped heroes. Yeah, that makes sense. Like, I guess there's been a big spike and like everyone played it for a while, but then like 7 years of power creep does a lot. Save skills. Like basically it's mainly like high arena scoring. Is still a thing? Or do you like people still use them for okay, yeah. For Engage. Oh, you played 1,175 hours of Engage. Damn, that's a lot. They released a Fjorm and then they released Volgalo that hard counter her 2 weeks later. Reinhardt meta was found because it was an accident. Yeah, Reinhardt like becoming like a meme and a popular character because Dire Thunder was strong is is an iconic Fire Emblem Heroes moment. When did I drop it? I think I dropped it like a bit after Ether Raids came out. So it was quite a while ago. Like 2019? When did Ether Raids come out? He's like, I got tired of like 2018. So 2018 November. So I dropped it like a few months after Aetherytes came out. So it's like it's mainly like an F2P thing then now. It's still an F2P thing. I mean that's what I did before. There's like there's dual skills. Yeah, I guess there's skills that increase their BST for some stupid reason. Summoner Duels got ruined years ago. I played Summoner Duels immediately when it came out, and then I got bored immediately. I think it was never in like a non-ruined state. People got it got shitty like 7 days in. You think save skills accelerate power creep? I think in general, like I mean, Hero is like it's not even like a stat block, a stat dump game. It's like a text dump game, right? You have more text than the other guy, and your text is newer than the other guys, you win. I don't know. I just don't want to. I feel like maybe like if you were there all throughout, you're probably fine with like the skill descriptions being the entire screen. But like I don't want to read and parse through all this shit if I am going back, right? And there's just so much busy work in that game for every event. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Like it's I don't have an opinion. I don't have an opinion. Armor is like FE is not a real Fire Emblem game. That's basically it. I think that's the best way to put it. Walls of text skills or antithetical FE's design. Everything about Fire Emblem Heroes is antithetical to Fire Emblem design as the like actual game. What about Armors and Three Hopes? I guess we could talk about Warriors, and we can talk about. Yeah, let me grab the. Well, let me grab all the other adjacent properties. We can talk about Warriors actually. It's dumb, but we can talk about it. Has anyone played Warriors? Like, are Armor Knights even in Warriors? I don't think right. Like no armors, right? There's like enemies, but no like there's no playable armors, right? It's the only movement set that the players cannot access. I see. I think is there 1 in 3 hopes? I don't remember because I don't know. Is there 1 in 3 hopes? Can you use armors? Like are armors like a good class? Like what's the best class in 3 hopes? Hit them with the thing? Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, like it's a Warriors game. Like there you play everything for fun or completion's sake. Like are they like any of them good? They're good with feathers or drone moves to make the map go zoom. I have no idea what you're talking about. All right. Okay, now we can talk about the real game that everyone's been waiting for. The real game that everyone's been waiting for, you know? The one that is peak Fire Emblem. Tokyo Mirage Sessions. So hear me out. Armor Knights are good in Tokyo Mirage Sessions. Right? The only armor you get is Draug and Mamory, and she's actually like one of the best units in the game. Like Mamory is probably one of like the better characters, like combat wise, in TMS Sharp FE Encore. She's actually so strong. Like she's like really tanky, and and she can like have a save skill effect. She can take hits for other characters, which is like the thing is if Itsuki goes down, if Itsuki dies, like so the main reason this is really good is that she can take hits that that characters are weak to, right? So like she drastically reduces enemy damage output, right? So the thing is, like, she's actually really good in Token Mirage sessions. She takes hits, like, and the thing is that like if Itsuki dies, equals game over. So like this can save you, like this can save your run, right? This like saves your run. Like Maori is actually it saves your like it saves you from resetting. What you don't know what Token Mirage settings is like? It's basically Persona, but you only have 3 characters, and that's bad because like you can barely form a team. So like the thing is that like if you take a weak hit, then enemies start doing encore attacks. Like so like basically if like this stops encore attacks. And basically encore attacks are basically like kind of from SMT Strange Journey, like they're bonus attacks. They're kind of like one more attacks, I guess, but like pretty much basic for a lot of enemies, it means that if you get hit with a weakness, that all the other enemies will also attack you and kill you. So being hit with a weakness is really bad. So and Mamoru can just like randomly stop you from being hit with weaknesses because she substitutes her own weakness when she gets hit. And I guess like the FE engage Draug, FE TMS. Strictly speaking, I guess Draug also shows up, and this is Draug. Actually, I should ask you guys: have you guys played TMS? I mean, I guess some of you guys have watched me play it. I don't think that many of you guys have actually played it. I think the other thing is that like you kind of need to train everyone because like in a lot of your damage output is our encore attacks, which uses everyone like in your party, even the ones you haven't like unequipped, right? You constantly swap people in and out, so like it's kind of like you kind of have to use everyone. But like Mamoru is like a good character to have on the field because she's like it's very easy to get wiped, right? Like if you're under leveled, like getting wiped is really easy, and like and she helps a lot in getting you back up. It's mostly no, okay. Games like 70k copies, yeah. It's very much like a not popular game for a good reason. You would play if not for the censorship? I don't think you would. The censorship like doesn't impact anything. Yeah, sure. Like I guess the game's extremely mid anyway. So I doubt you would. So yeah, it's like yeah, it's mostly a no. I don't. Maybe like this is just me getting on my soapbox, but like everyone who says like I will not participate in this thing, I don't participate in if you do this. Everyone, they're all like bullshitting a lot of the time, and this isn't. I don't mean this personally, but like whenever someone says I won't do this because you do this, you shouldn't trust their words because they probably wouldn't do it anyway. The words of someone who's not invested don't matter a lot of the time. Because like it's like yeah, like you're dangling a hypothetical viewership or a hypothetical like interaction if someone else does something, but like no one ever speaks the truth when they think about that. They're just like they're just soapboxing against a general thing that they disagree with that has nothing to do with whether or not they'd actually try something, right? Because the words of someone who's never actually engaged with like the source material, you should never accept their comments on that material. because they literally don't know anything, right? Like, I feel like the minimum requirement to talk about something in an intelligent way is actually is to actually touch the material and use it, or play the game, or watch the thing in some way. Like, and if you haven't done that bare minimum, your words and your opinions are literally less than worthless. You have to play the game to have like a worthwhile opinion. So yeah, no one. Wow, like not that many have played TMS. Not that many people even voted. All right, I think we can. That's probably about it. Yeah, 31% seems high. I think it's mostly people aren't voting, and this is the tail end of the streams of people have tuned out. But like that means only like 31 people. The other polls had like more like 200 people, 200ish people voting, right? So like the breakdown isn't necessarily like a percentage thing. It's just like the more people who've actually, I think people who care about TMS have showed up and are still here, whereas most people who don't care about it or have already left. All right, I think that's probably about it. We've covered all the games. We can go through a quick breakthrough and it can run through everything. So yeah, in conclusions, in conclusion, I guess we can go through each game and then like we can make a nice infographic for about like yeah, let me we can and we can make it like a nice line or a chart, and then we can see like how good Arbor Knights are from like entry to entry, right? I think that would be cool. I want to make a graph or like something, like if I'm going to do like classes like or other stuff like this, I want to be able to yeah. So 3 houses, echoes, Fates, Awakening. I guess this is like a strange scale, but like from 1 to 12, people often refer to it with a number, and then later it's by word. So I think like I think the best we can mark these individually, right? So we can make a nice chart. So like in FE1 to 3, let's see what the opinions were, right? FE1 is like they're not really, they kind of suck in FE1. In FE2, they're kind of okay because like but they're not particularly special. In FE3, they're kind of bad. It seems. FE4, they're bad. 5, they're like not unique, and they have some weaknesses, but weaknesses don't really end up mattering. FE6, they suck. FE7, Oswin is good. FE8, they look cool, but like they're not really that good, honestly. They're not unique, but like the difference between them and the other comparable units are very minimal. They're kind of okay in FE9, but like there are better options. FE10, they're okay for a while, but then end game they're not very useful. FE11, they're broken. They beat the game. But having 30 defense beats the game. That's it. FE12, they're useful early and mid, but like late game they're lacking. But the thing is, like, I guess the main difference between like New Mystery and Radiant Dawn is that in Radiant Dawn, you don't even need them to, like, necessarily to beat the mid game. Like they're useful, but they're not actually critical. But like I feel like in New Mystery, they're actually quite important early on. In Awakening, they're useless. In Conquest, I think they really have a unique niche that they're useful. They're not overpowering, but they're still very useful. Birthright, you don't have any. Revelation, there's no reason to use them over the Royals. Shadows of Valencia, they suck. 3 houses, they don't really matter. In Engage, they're kind of good, right? In Heroes, let's not talk about that. And 3 Hopes and talking about Sessions, Memory is a good character. That's it. So I think we can make a summary, right? So I think it's we can make a let me try to make some graphics really fast. So I guess we can make different color squares and then just organize them like to have like So I guess we can have like let's say green, like they're just good. Let's say yellow is like, yeah, they're kind of have a role, and red they're just bad. Oh, let me grab another text box. Any final thoughts from you guys? It seems like we're like very good and useful. Do you think that's like a fair summary? I think I need to have like more options here because like there's like a lot of different like nuanced opinions, right? Bad. So I think FE1, I hear they're bad. FE2, I hear they're kind of like I think I need to have like a different color here, maybe like an orange, right? Or like they're not really any different from any other unit. You know what I mean? That's like that's the thing, right? They're like not like they're not particularly special. Like an orange. Not like it can be useful, but not particularly special. Right? I think that's the thing for FE2. Like I hear from people's opinions that like, yeah, they're kind of okay, but like they don't do anything that other characters don't, right? Like you can compensate for the weaknesses, but they don't have like unique roles. So we can do this, yeah. So like FE2 is like kind of like can be good. FE3 is like what was FE what were FE people's FE3 opinions? They're just like they're also just like FE2 is like FE3 they're just kind of not worth it, right? They're not remarkable, they're not terrible. They're just not as good. FE same thing for FE2. I feel like they're just kind of are they kind of bad, right? Drop the vary. Yeah, I guess yeah, good and useful. Yeah. I think FE3 they're kind of bad. FE4 they're bad. In FE5 they're not really special. In FE6 they're bad. And FE7 is like is just Oswin, right? I feel like I need to make like another color, but like I think it's like the kind of Oswin is pretty useful. And I think conditionally useful is like a good way to put it. Like FE8 is like again like they're not like above the curve. Anyone can substitute the role of a general there. Can you give FE4 a darker shade of red? Yeah, FE9 like I think they're good in FE9. And they can do stuff that other people can't by having high defense, so they can tank large groups of enemies. I think they are good in FE9, right? Like there's other options, but like it's like more like additionally, right? I think they play a big role, right? And FE10 is more like conditional. Like it's only like only for like for certain few parts. Even then, they don't like provide mission critical benefits. You know what I mean? Like I feel like you don't need like a general, but they provide a role that not that many characters can provide in FE9. You're just a guy that can just fight 50 guys, right? In color for one standout unit. Yeah, I guess we can do like I think we can oh yeah, we could I could just put like a character portrait and say like there's like a guy that matters, right? Like we could just like have like the Oswin clause, right? Character portrait isn't like an exception, right? Character exceptions. I think that's a good way to do it. So you can have like make it a bit more informative. It's like the it's like the Oswin clause, right? Or like Armor Knights aren't really that good in this game, but Osmond is good, and he's an Armor Knight. So like, does that really? I think that's basically the same thing, right? Like in FE7, like it's basically they're kind of conditional. It's basically they're not really that special, but it's just Osmond is good, right? FE8 like is very much like they're not as good. I think FE11, I think FE11 requires like a bit more of like an indicator that they are really good because they break the game. I think they win you most of the game. I think we need to make like another one above this, right? I hate it's I think it's yeah, I think it's let's make it white. Like win conditions, right? Because they having high defense and Shadow Dragon just wins you the game for like a lot of but most of the game, right? And the end game is like stuff that you defeat with like other stuff that you would need, right? So FE12, right? They really generals and stuff really provide like a unique role early on. Like I feel like it's a bit more. It's like in between the conditionally useful and kind of conditionally useful because they're only good for part of the game, but it's like more. They matter a lot more than like they would in FE10. Yeah. So I think it's. I feel like it's like a partial. You know what I mean? It's like it's. I hate to like keep like classifying things further, but like I feel like it only goes like half, right? You know what I mean? It's like they're really good, but only for a part of it. Like in FE10, they're really good, but not really in a way that's unique. Yeah, Awakening, they're bad. Fates, I guess we need to break it down to like Conquest, Birthright, Rev, right? Armor is not bad in Awakening. Maybe I need to shrink the text here. That might work. There we go. So in Conquest, they're pretty good. I think armors are pretty bad in Awakening. Why would you become an armor when you can do anything else? Like in Birthrights, like they don't exist. I think they don't exist in Birthrights. I guess it needs to have like a X symbol, right? Like a cancel symbol. You know what I mean? Like yeah, this one, the no symbol. Oh, literally non-existent. Does not exist. Like they don't exist. Basically, don't exist in Birthright. They're bad in Rev for the most part. There's no reason to use an armor in Rev. Really, Echoes they're bad. They're so bad. In Three Houses they're bad. There's no reason to use it, and there's no reason to like. There's no benefit of it. And Engage, I think they're good. So I think this is like extremely confusing scheme, but like, yeah, it's like, yeah. I guess non-existent is better. Is a, yeah. All right, I think this is like a nice summary. We're like FE1, yeah, FE1 they're bad. FE2 they're kind of they don't do anything special. FE3 they're bad. FE4 they're bad. Also because all the characters are bad. FE5 is bad because FE5 they're kind of not special. You can scroll anyone up. FE6 is they're really bad because all the characters that our armors are bad. And FE7 is just that Osmond is good. The other ones aren't necessarily good. and because you get him early. In FE8, like you get Gilliam early, but he doesn't do anything special. You can just use Death or like any other like having high defense isn't really that needed, and any sufficiently trained character can supplant the role. In FE9, they're really good for like the end game stuff, right? Having high defense is very important for tanking like large enemy groups and like Clash or something. And so they have like a role that is not fulfilled by other characters. I guess like Nephany can kind of do it, but like you need to roll high on defense for that. FE10, like FE10, they're okay, but only for like parts 1 through 3. Like the parts 2 and 3, right? I think it's like parts 2 and 3. That's when they're only okay, right? I feel like I need to like, and Oswin is only good for like a certain part of the game too, right? FE11 they break the game for like at any point. FE12 like it's like early mid is like they're really good, right? I think okay. Let me break it. Let me add another category just to clarify things, right? Like so like critical and like not very replaceable at phases of the game, right? Because like early game, you really kind of had to like rely on like that general crutch, like the high defense crutch, in like not in early game FE12. I feel right. That's the thing, right? Like in Awakening, they're bad mainly because yeah, like it's more better than in FE10, but not as important as other games, right? In Awakening, there's no reason to be an armor ever, really. You can reclass into better classes with better skills. Conquest, they're really good because like they have a row and they can be good. You don't have to use them, but like and some other very strong characters like Xander can supplant the row, but like Wary Fighter is very strong. I think it's also because it's just Effie, right? It's not necessarily the armors are good, just the Effie is kind of good. But like she's also like you only get 2 of them, right? But she's still relevant even into the end game. You don't get anything in Birthright and Rev, they're bad. And Echoes, they're bad. In 3 houses, they're kind of bad. Now that I think about it, actually in Engage, it might not necessarily be Armor Knights that are good. It could just be Louis. Now that I think about it, but like other people can use the role if you invest them like the same amount of resources into them. You know what I mean? Just like I feel like if there's an armor, a lot of the time it's just like one guy that's good. I think it's like notable. I think notable characters is like a particularly useful one, right? Because like that, I want to try to have like the most dense information that I could do with like a common key. So like I want to be able to do this kind of color key for like other games, like have for multiple classes, right? I could do like particularly notable characters for each of these, like Chris and Aaron. I think are like a general Aaron is so useful in the early parts of FE12, right? Chris and Aaron are notable. Gold Mary is pretty good. Yeah, Gold Mary is pretty good, but she's like kind of like a Knight Chris is quite useful here, I think, right? FE11, particularly notable. Like I think it's Sedgar is probably like the standout general because he's the easiest guy to get to 31 to 30 defense, right? But pretty much anyone can do the role if you really try hard enough, right? FE10 is like FE10 and 9 are Gatry mainly. I guess I can put him. I can put those sprites there. Like Gatry is like the kind of okay armor knight in FE10, and same thing for FE9, right? Like in FE9, the other like Braum is not a good. Tornado is like filler. Like Gatry can kind of like pop off. This is the worst conclusion ever. And yeah, I guess now that I think about it, it's very dense. I just want to summarize my thoughts. I think this is an accurate representation of everything we talked about earlier, right? Maybe people can take things out of context, but I feel like And anything that like is easy to digest is by default for the most part in no way accurate. Because in summary, it's more a restatement. Well, I mean, yeah. Like, how else do you summarize 17 different entries with 17 different characteristics, right? It's a restatement in a more concise form. You're splitting hairs. You can get armors in Birthright, yeah, but then they're bad, right? Yeah, I think maybe we then maybe we can just call it a summary, right? Summary graphic. That's probably the best way to put it. You're right. It's not a conclusion. We're not making conclusions. We're just summarizing all the individual conclusions that we came to. Should I add token raw sessions? Armors are high tier and token raw sessions. Hear me out. Yeah. Let's see. There we go. All right. I think we've been streaming long enough. Yeah. Or be white. No, I think Armor's like good, but like she just doesn't break the game, right? Well, Armors and Heroes, there's too many. All right. Yeah. Thanks for watching, guys. I think in summary, like overall, like armors really do have a bad rep. Now I think about it, like right. I think the conclusion we have to do is like armors tend to be more bad than good, right? Like armors tend to like even in the games that people like, right? Sometimes armors just suck. Sometimes like armors like just suck, and I think this is the main point of contrast is that in some games like flyers are almost always good, right? And so like for instance, that's what people with the Cavs are like almost always good, right? A lot of the time, like the really good classes, like they are probably better a lot more frequently than armors, which I guess in some games they can matter and they're useful, but a lot of the times they just aren't very good. And that sticks with a lot of people, especially because like people really start with like the GBA FE where they really aren't. There's like Oswin, that's basically it, and no one else is like particularly special. FE9, he's armors are kind of okay, right? I feel like I'm overrating Gatry here a little, honestly, right? But like it's they aren't. I don't know, right? It's mostly designed for enemies, yeah. Like in FE10, like it's like a lot in the more recent titles for sure, like armors are like trash, right? Except for like Engage, like Awakening, they're bad. Like only in Conquest and Engage are they kind of good. And Three Houses, there's no reason to use them. Like and so, yeah, it's rough out here. Yeah, FE3 is not green. Yeah, I think it's. I don't know. I think Gatry is, but his role is not actually kind of not is not. It's kind of replaceable now. I think about it. You're right. It's actually kind of like, you know what I mean. I feel like it's actually surprisingly bad in FE9, but like FE9 you can kind of tank enemies, right? I don't know. The conclusion I came to earlier is like, yeah, it's probably more like definitely on it's more mid, right? But they're not like they can do stuff, but they just aren't that good, right? They're good in maniac mode if you want to like tank 50 enemies, but you can do that with like any unit with a high enough defense, right? It's like I feel like it's not even like conditionally useful throughout phase of the game because like it's good throughout a lot of the game, but like you know what I mean? It's like they're okay in FE10. FE7, like Oswin is good for a while. For quite a while. Like FE9, I feel like it's actually, yeah, you're right. The FE9 placement, I think it's like it's kind of mid in FE9. The role is pretty replaceable by like Neffany or some other characters. I don't know. Yeah, is there anything else that feels like particularly wrong at the moment? I just want to make these corrections before I end the stream. Yeah, this is a very long stream, 5 hours of yapping. Just making the slides as we go along really does slow things down. Any thoughts? I guess a lot of people it's things are slowing down. What do you guys think? Is there anything particularly off about this? Anything that sticks out? Awakening needs a boost? Why? Feel like singling out Effie is wrong? I don't know. I feel like the reason why Armor Knights are good in Conquest is because Effie has a shit ton of strength. Benny gets the job done just fine. I feel like Effie is like a lot better than Benny because one-shotting enemies with Brave Lance is a lot easier, right? Her personal skill does a lot to help her be good, right? Backpack utility and rally defense. Yeah, I guess like it's if you talk about like unless you want to make like another tier for like not backpack units, right? Or like bad or like I think we can clarify bad to be like not used directly, like not used for combat. Right? If your only benefit is being like a backpack, then you're not really being used. Not to the point where she needs to be singled out. I guess, but maybe like I kind of want to like if there's like a good one. Yeah, I guess you're right. Effie is not notable enough to be on here. You're right. I think it's like it's armors like are kind of good because of wary fighter, but like you can have multiple different armors. If you really wanted to, you can make someone else into one. Support utility is valid though. I disagree because you can use it even without training them. Like if a backpack is at least for this context here is not what we're thinking of. What can Calum not do that other units cannot do? Yeah. I mean, I guess like the thing is about Awakening is that like the balance is really weird, right? Yeah. All right, I think that's probably about it then. Thanks for watching, guys. Yeah, and oh yeah, I guess I'll see you guys next time. Probably next week. I'll see what I can put together. I don't know. I feel like making a summary graphic might be a mistake because people will like look at this and then judge me without looking at any of the explanations. So maybe I shouldn't be doing this, right? Because because I don't know. I just spent 5 hours talking about things, and then people like are not going to look at this. They're just going to look at this, and like maybe like there's a lot of nuanced opinions that like can't make it into like colored squares, right? The summary graphic gets you more clicks, I guess. Yeah. It's being judged all that bad. I don't know. Yeah. Maybe like weirdos will slander me for strange reasons, but I guess that always happens. Yeah. All right. Yeah. See you guys next time. Thanks for watching. Bye. Oop.